Good morning. Today is 8th of January 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we're going to be racing at Warwick Farm. This is how the track looks like. This shape is always tricky. The triangle shapes for a track is not one of the best place to track, um, best place to race, but this is what we have to deal with today. And the ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile from this last bend to the finishing post is about 326 meters. We've got about 7 races today here, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through mathematics, physics, machine learning, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best numbers on the best horses, that's when we try and take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making quick decisions, and that's exactly what we try and do. Uh, so, without any further ado, we'll get on the racing part of it today. I've got 3 tabs opened here. One is where we're going to be able to see the feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we are going to take a look at the odds and the number of scratchings. Then we have Top Sport, where we are going to take a look at the winning numbers. So that's what I have, and we'll get on with the first race today, which starts in 28 minutes. 7 has been scratched, so we're going to scratch 7. Okay, one has been scratched. Late scratching, one. One has been scratched. Jimmy, welcome back. Lewis, welcome back. So that 2 is the favorite, but it is going uh both of them are neutrals, all right. 5 is the best fit, and the handicapping is also with 5. So that's there. Both of them are neutral horses. I have a very strong um, doubt on this one. It's a horse that's kind of in very difficult hands, but they have very strong advantage in this race. Uh, so 452 is what we're looking at, and they also have the 3, which is another colt. This colt, I don't know whether it'll be able to get through, but that's there, and that's how it is. So if we do, that would be a bad idea. This is the only linear one. That's the only linear one. And they kind of like that. So it's a it's a horse that's got some serious numbers, but the people are absolutely disastrous. That's the next one online. This is us.
Like an absolute professional for horse that's here on debut. Horse number 4 is Sunshine Law. Harry Davies riding for Annabelle Nation of Archibald, 380 into 3. I'll hit 290, back out to $3 now.
Change of tactics to settle further forward here, second up. No surprise there, an awkward getaway. Just proved costly at Newcastle first up. That saw her settle back in the field, a race turned into a sprint home, and she still hit the line okay. I know she was $1.40 and she was beaten, but she still ran as well as she could given the setup. So now 3 straight seconds to her name. Ran over the mile second up in her first campaign. So getting out quickly to the 1600 metres, that's no major negative. And if she can bounce out, make her unlucky, she could get complete ownership of this race from in front.
Popped a set of earmarks on her as well. She's up on the toe, but she's not by herself by any means, and they do tend to get a little bit stirred up when the jockey's about to jump on as well. We move on to 5, Ben Road. Chris Waller, Tommy Berry.
He's got back and found the line in 2 trials. I like the way that he worked home on debut. That was back in August at Wyong over the 1200 metres, and disappointing thereafter. So second up, maybe just come to the end of his first preparation, but never really travelled. That was at Kemper Grange. That is a maid that has produced 5 subsequent winners, and he looks the best of those double figure odds.
6 is a Graysville. Blinkers going on this fella this afternoon. Kieran Marr, Kieran McAvoy.
We're only seen him once, so he's got obvious upside. I like the gear change, shades on, drifted back in the early stages at Newcastle. That was over the 1200 metres, held his ground late without threatening. Was some late specking for him at double figure odds, shades on 1400 metres. Given an easy time late when out of contention, so a little bit inconclusive, but could see him improving.
And our final runner is a Vernon win. Anthony Cummings, Tom Sherry, a set of winkers going on today.
Yeah, he's been sent around at big odds in 3 runs so far. Resumed in the same race as Graysville. Worked home okay without ever really looking likely, and out to the 1400 metres looks to suit now.
All right, jockeys on, and horses are about to go out into the track here for the first race. Josh Moyle from the John Sargent stable is about to come over and have a chat to me. I didn't give him any warning, so I hope you're prepared. What can you tell us about V12?
Yeah, look, he's coming here in good order. Ready to go here second up. We've got drawn well, so yeah, hopefully he can put his best foot forward. Confident he can run a good race.
The bubble cheeker going on, I think that'll make a big difference because he didn't quite get around Canterbury the other day.
No, he's doing a bit wrong at the moment, so hopefully that can sort him out and he can run straight. Once he did at Canterbury and once Molly straightened him up, he was really, really good to the line. So hopefully this can sort him out and we can see a good result today.
Soft track, is that a worry?
Don't think so. He's trialled on soft and his first up run was on soft at Canterbury. Despite the results, I think we think he got through it well enough, so shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, on Saturday, you've got So Dazzling in. Is she ready to win now, fourth up?
I think so, yeah. We just cross out the last start. Her first start was brilliant, so I think she can return to some good form.
And Palmetto. If it's wet, he'll love that. But the Lakes race on Saturday.
Yeah, should be wet, hopefully. He races the right way. He put himself on speed. He was too bad to be true first up there, so ready for an improved performance from him.
Best of luck here and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, just on Palmetto, he's currently a $23 chance there for the feature at Wyong on Saturday, $500,000, where Robusto is your $5 favourite and already in from $6. So if you believe in Palmetto bouncing back, you're getting $23 to find out, which does seem like a big prize. But late mail numbers here at WarwickFarm for race 1 at 2, 4, 3 and 5. Of course, this race was turned on its head after that late scratching with the track downgrade. We did lose Blue Vein, so 37 cents worth of deduction. So as far as giving you any movements here, we'll just base it off what has happened in the past 20 minutes since he came out. But B12, he's a firm favourite now. He was put up $2.50 after that scratching. He's now into $2.25. So he's still raw and he's still a work in progress, but I think he finds such a winnable race here. I like to step out to the 1400 metres, and we got the tick off from the stable to say the soft track should be okay. So as long as he's on the straight and narrow and that bubble cheeker does the job to do that, I think he's found the right race. For Sunshine Law, she didn't do herself any favours there first up, where she did miss the kick. I think there was a lot of expectation that she would just go straight to the front and win as a $1.40 favourite. She was in from $1.80, so there was a lot of market confidence around her on that occasion. So she's had the 4 career starts. She's run 3 seconds at her pass view, so she's knocking on the door. There's a touch more depth here, but that said, it isn't the deepest Wednesday Metro race you'll find, and she could get on-speed favours as long as she does jump on terms. 3, City Gold Banner. That money looks to have dried up a touch, which could be telling. Given that he is on debut, you wanted to see him stay solid, but he is $3.10, just out to $3.30. We'll keep an eye on that over the next 2.5 minutes, but he has trialled up quite nicely. Did get a good push from Gerald Ryan throughout the week. He was on radio saying that he's always a horse that has shown a bit. First up, 1400 metres, intent to be read into that setup. Never easy for a horse giving away race experience, and he's the only debutant here, but I do like the way that he's found the line in both of those trials. The first of those was in open company, and Bendrot goes in as the 4th pick. So he has trimmed up just a touch from bigger odds there at that $12 quote. He looks the best of the rest there with Braysville and Burn and Win, and looking to improve off what they showed there last time out. But Bendrot was good on debut, a bit flat there second up, tipped out thereafter, and I do like the way that he's hit the line. So 2, 4, 3 and 5. Tricky race, Shanny, to really get a handle in terms of market confidence here, given it was a market that was completely flipped on its head. But V12 looks to be the one that the punters have rallied around late, $2.50 into $2.25 now.
Yeah, so with the scratching of Blue Vein, probably 15, 20 minutes ago, the market's changed significantly. So V12 was around that $4 quote, $2.50 now. We've got into $2.25 a moment ago, back out to $2.30 now. The support only was for City Gold Banner, $5.50 into $3.40 into $3.20 now. He paraded beautifully, did everything absolutely spot on. Sunshine Law, $3.80 into $3.10, back out to $3.60. So she's a little bit unwanted there. The 5 Bendrot, 21s into $11, back out to 13s there. So he's got down a few points. The 6 Graysville, 41s into 23s. And then Burn and Win, $51 into 26s. That was with the scratching, back out to $34. So we're almost, what are we, about 30 seconds or so away from starting time. We have had a track downgrade, so we are on a soft 7. We've had a few late scratchings. I'll get them for you in a moment. We've got Scorch in the last race, was a late scratching due to the track downgrade. Outcast Girl came out of race number 3 due to the wet, due to Bet's advice, actually not the wet track. And of course, we saw Bluebane out of this race. No more scratchings at this stage. Rain has subsided. It got quite heavy when we were doing the preview between 1 and 1:30, but it's certainly eased off now, and there's not even a sprinkle out there. So hopefully, Brad, we might be able to get through the medians gate.
Fingers crossed. Yep, the last couple just loading into the gates now. V12 a $2.40 chance, and City Gold Banner is on that second line as $3.10. Looks like something's just going on in the barriers there.
Law, it looks like the green colours. Horse number 4. That's no, maybe it's not Sunshine Law. My apologies. It might be. Looked green. It looked to be green colours, but Sunshine Law's out of the gates. It's the horse in gate number 2, which would be Burn and Win. If that's the case. No, Burn and it must be horse number 3, Ben Drew. I'm looking at it head on, so it's a little hard to see. We might head up to Darren because he would have a better view than I do, but one did go up. It's come back down and it'll be vetted now. So we'll head to Darren.
Also going to unload Sunshine Lord, who was in the adjacent stall. So B12 is the favourite to win the first. We're down to 6 starters now with Bluebane. A late scratching when the track was downgraded from a 6 to a 7. So Bluebane will wait for another day. The other year-long runner's been very easy in the market. Although as I speak, hello, now they're backing it. Wow. 2 minutes ago, it was getting out to 360. It's into 320, so it's all happening here at WarwickFarm. Bendrot's being trotted up behind the starting gates. Being inspected by the vets here, Bendrot. Sunshine Law was in the adjacent stall there when it went up, Bendrot. Now, Tony Berry, the rider, has jumped off Bendrot here. So he's unsaddling it. So, broadcast. Thanks, Steve. Some of the news that Bendrot is a late scratching. We're down to 5, and they're off here on the first day at WarwickFarm. Sunshine Law's jumped out well together with Graysville, and they're the 2 leaders.
5 has been scratched.
Take the lead from Sunshine Law. Easy back a bit from the winner, and the City Gold Banner on their
Then 2 will win.
5, so B12 down the front. B12 out by a length and a half to Sunshine Law. 2 further back to Burn and Win on the inside at Graysville. And City Gold Banner, very patiently by Josh Parr at the rear of the field. B12 at the 800 metres, a half in front to Sunshine Law. So they're the 2 favourites now in the race from Burn and Win, Graysville. And City Gold Banner still being quietly ridden last of all. Coming to the turn, and B12 shows the way. Holly Burke, who looks to have hit the accelerator a bit there, trying to beat off Sunshine Law. It's V12 just in front of Sunshine Law, who sticks to the task on the outside. Then Burn and Win, Graysville. City Gold Banner's been revved up, still last. Around the turn, V12 and Sunshine Law. And Sunshine Law lays down the Lord of V12. Sunshine Law takes the lead now. Then City Gold Banner starting to make good ground. But 3 off the lead. Sunshine Law at the 200. A length and a half clear from City Gold Banner is coming with a big run on the outside. City Gold Banner goes to Sunshine Law, and City Gold Banner from last got up to win it by a half length. Photo for the miners.
3-8, 4-5.
Through the middle there. V12 ran out of
3-8.
gas in the straight. Last in was Graysville.
Number 3, City Gold Banner takes out the first race here this afternoon.
Yeah, I just hope I get that money back.
Sterling Alexio Josh Parr in the saddle, and he pays $2.90, I think it is, $1.60 the place. Time for second, you've got horse number 4, Sunshine Law, and then you've also got the 8, Burn and Win. Off that, you probably lead towards the 4.
That happened. I just hope that I get the money back. The 5 got scratched, the 1 got scratched at the last moment. Anyway, that's what it is. We'll go to the next. 2, 10, 11. PK, brother Refcon. What is Refcon? Refcon is a track. Riften, New Zealand. I don't have New Zealand, bro. I don't have New Zealand. I just have. Today we're doing just Warwick Farm, Australia. 3482. Thanks, Jimmy. PK, thank you for joining in, PK. Thank you. Prashant, welcome back, Prashant. So this is what I have. Okay. The 3 is in the best hands. The 3 is in the best hands. But the best horse is, the best fit is probably 1, and then it is 5. Uh, the handicapping is like that. This one has the best handicapping, but this is based on just one race. Okay, this is just based on one race. It's a 4-year-old gelding. It's just got one race, and this is a lot going on with that one. It's a lot going on with that one. The second in line is definitely, plus it lacks one side of the rails. It lacks one side of the rails. It's a good one. There is no doubt it is a good one. Uh, and it's a mixed sex. There's a colt in here, so definitely, the geldings they have advantage. But uh, that's how it is. And then it is, if we go through like this, then it is this one, which is number 9. It also is, one of the best maidens. This thing has never run 0 races, and this is going to be running on a mixed sex for the first time. The next gate is this colt, uh, which is there now. This is a mixed sex. The expectation is 0. This thing has always backfired on me. I do not have a way of getting this thing straight. I don't know how to get this thing straight, but uh, the 3 colt is the favorite. And if we look at how that thing is, there's a lot of advantage which has been given to that colt. There's no doubt. There's a lot of advantage, but the question is, uh, if that will run and do the thing. With that advantage, if we're looking at that advantage, it's a winning advantage, right? It will surpass everything, whether it is handicapping, not handicapping. It's a it's a thing that has been given to that. Uh, it's also within the rails. So yeah, that's what it is. That 3 is the favorite. It's a winning advantage, but I don't know whether it'll run. It's a colt. It's within the gates. Everything is good. So 5 takes the advantage on the gates. 1 definitely has a lot of chances, but 1 and 5, they look good. Um, but this one is a mare. I don't know what kind of stuff has gone into it on a mixed sex, so I'm going to be out of this one. I'm not going to play this.
Since I've worked with horses, should have 3 years ago. A couple of hops he really would have. The following year he probably wasn't at his best, and last year he wasn't around for the race. But he's been racing really well, and if he can get the right run the race, he never lets you down. Whether that's winning or running fifth or midfield, his best always.
And he likes a race with a bit of tempo on, so a big field, hopefully here in the Gold Coast, should really suit him.
Well, the stable will make sure of that. So.
Yeah, so yeah, no, if hopefully in a 1300 you'd like to see him midfield. He's pretty versatile in the thousands. You can get him a dignity or race handy, but in a 1300 he'll be sort of off the scene midfield type.
Well, City Gold Banner winning the first race of the day. Well found the debutant. Nice colt going forward. Tell you what, we won't get a better bred colt than this one going around today. Railway Man, $2.5 million yearling by Invincible out of a very good mare Booker. Herself with her own story sales at this time. But look, second up today, fourth at Canterbury resuming. About a month ago, he's a little freshen up, and the rain starts to intensify once again. $1.95 now. Railway Man's been a good servant from 2-4. Believe in Angels, I thought it was going to be hard to beat. Really finished the race off nicely there at Wyong. Didn't have much luck there. Gate number 1 with Hitler going on. But looks well placed. Our Little Star 6, Reach 750, and Pombia. Best of the rest, but there's a few there at really big cost. Here's Shani and Bruce.
Thanks very much, Jace. Rain is falling again here at WarwickFarm for race number 2. Now we're still in that soft 7 range, but you could tell that there was quite a bit of kickback from the jockeys when they arrived back from race number 1. So we'll monitor conditions and see if we have a downgrade after this particular race with this continuing rain. Brad, let's kick it off with Believe in Angels. Joe Pride, Adam Hieronymus, falls out to got up to 460. He's back into 440 now.
He looks a danger if there is one to this odds-on favourite. He might have won at Wyong on debut with clear running. We'll never really know, but he looked a bit to offer. So he stalked the speed with a fast run race, and he just got sandwiched on the inside, got tight there, and the way that he flattened out through the line suggested 1,200 metres, holds no fears, and that was on the back of one soft trial, so he was open to a stack of improvement.
1 to 3, Railway Man. This is our favourite, 240 now, $1.95. Jason Collett, Kieran Marr.
Yeah, $2.5 million yearling, so he returned to Canterbury over the 1,250 metres. He was solid in defeat, but you look at the subsequent form through that race. Tuileries won it. She has since won again. He ran 4th, Railway Man, 2nd, 3rd and 5th. They've all won their maidens subsequently and by good margins. So I wouldn't think you have to improve off that to win this. With due respect to his rivals here, this looks to be a maiden with less depth. The only little thing you've got to weigh up is just whether he will get through the track. If he was on a good track here, you could probably mark him $1.60, $1.70. $1.95, that's the gamble, whether he gets through the ground.
Mandy Turner has 2 runners, the first of them being Kilbarty. Horse number 4, Amy McLucas to ride.
Yeah, change of tactics to be ridden conservatively today. So Blinkers off first time. Had the excuse of going too fast in front at Kembla Grange before spelling. Has beaten just the 1 runner home in 3 runs in her first campaign. Tried well recently at WarwickFarm. Not speed in numbers here on paper, so I guess she gets the chance just to balance up in the second half and find the line.
5 is Our Little Star, Tommy Berry, Dave Piper, $5.50 up to $6.
She had excuses last start at Wyong through that same race as Believe in Angels, was posted 3 deep outside the leaders, went fast and then knocked up late as she was entitled to. Did jump an even money favourite. Was only beaten half a length prior to that at WarwickFarm. So she looks well set up to bounce back. She maps well and you have to respect that strong SP.
The second of Mandy's runners is the 6 Pombia. Molly Berkshire playing 2 here. 10s got into 9s, back up to $10.
Change of tactics for her as well. She's going further forward to take advantage of a potential lack of speed here. So it was only fair at an hour last start when 6 lengths behind Point and Shoot. Wasn't the best into stride. Never really looked likely there as a $21 chance. Better in 2 runs prior to that at the provincials.
Ainsley, the 7, Kieran McAvoy, Peter Snowden, 21s out to 26s.
Yeah, I think she's a filly with more talent than she's shown to date. So she has shown gate speed in 2 runs, but they've opted to ride her with cover. She hasn't really finished her races off both at Hawkesbury, so she's hard to have off those 2 starts, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her improve with more racing.
8, Anna Rita, Annabelle and Rob, Mary Davies.
She's a well-bred filly. She's a full sister to the Percy Sykes winner in Chris Tilly. Sat outside the lead there at Canterbury last start. The leader went at a decent clip. She was always going to be vulnerable that last little bit and was beaten 4.5 lengths. So I think she's trending the right way. She's had the 4 career starts and probably improved at each one of them. Do prefer a few others, but she's a knockout hope.
9, Medella, Lee and Sheree Curtis, Jeff Penzer.
On debut, bred to want further, so Castelvecchio, half sister in training, broke her maiden over the mile. So you'd think would be better for this hit out. I thought the latest trial was the pick of them.
And our final runner, 12, Wild Annie, Anthony Cummings, Tom Sherry.
Well, she looks one of your speed horses here to offset the wide gate. Worked across early there to settle outside the lead on debut at Canterbury. That was over 1,100 metres. Came under pressure turning for home and didn't really find much in that run home. Well beaten at the finish as a drifting $51 chance. So you think she'd need to improve sharply off that.
Okay, horses on their way around to the barriers here for race number 2. Aussie Joe is on his way over to talk to me. Is this rain a little bit worrying for this favourite?
It is very worrying, yes. It's a really dry track here. And a couple of hours ago, track would have been fun, but it's been very consistent. So it's only the second race of the day, so the track's still fairly unused, but it was in the right race. Couldn't be happier with him. He's improving all the time. If it was dry track, I'd be very confident. But he's stronger than he was last preparation. He didn't get through his wet tracks. He's a lot more mature now, so hopefully he handles it better. But yeah, that's the only worry.
Where will we see him settle in the run?
Keep him where he's comfortable, especially once those tracks get wet. Just want to make sure they travel. From my gate, be positive, stay away from the fence, and yeah, wherever he's happy. But hopefully, in the first half there somewhat.
Kiribati in race 4.
Yeah, stepping up to 1,200 for the first time in his prep. Very fit. He's at 9 runs. Wet track won't bother him at all. There's probably a couple of horses that look hard to beat, but yeah, he's very fit. Just ride him to make sure he does everything the right way, and he'll be strong legs.
Destiny's Delight in the last.
Yeah, resuming, she loves wet conditions. She's what we're waiting for that race today. But she's first up, so we just try to when she's comfortable. She improves racing. This is last preparation, but yeah, wet track would definitely help her, and she's at a good pace, so she can run well.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Late night numbers 3, 1, 5 and 8. A very honest assessment there from Johan from the Kieran Marr stable to say that they are feeling a little bit nervous about the setup here regarding the wet track. That's the great unknown. He's certainly good enough, and he put the writing on the wall there first up to say that he's very much a coming winner, but the punters are undeterred. They were happy to take that even money. He's now into $1.85. So off what he did there first up, he's clearly the horse to beat, but do keep in the back of your mind that the stable are even a touch concerned about him getting through the conditions. So we're currently a soft 7. Dare I suggest, though, Shanny, we might get a downgrade sooner rather than later, given this rain continues to fall. But I'll just quickly go through the dangers, if there are any. I've got 1, 5, 8 as second, third and fourth. Believe in Angels, getting out to probably a backable price now against this favourite. Like what he did on debut, and he was open to a stack of improvement. 5, Our Little Star, comes through that same form reference. She's holding her quote there, rock solid. That's a $6 chance. She had genuine excuses there a while, given she was wide working off a pretty quick tempo. You do have to take into account that she was an even money favourite, and Anna Rita goes in as the 4th pick. So 3, 1, 5 and 8. $1.85 bottomed out at that quote, now out to $1.95 with that little query maybe in the back of a few punters' minds here, Shanny.
Yeah, so we're still 2.5 minutes away. I wonder if he'll continue to get out, and if Believe in Angels will firm up again. So Believe in Angels got to rise back into $4.80. There's still 2 minutes of betting time remaining. 5, Our Little Star, 550 out to $6 there. You've got the 8 and Rita, 6 is up to $10, $11 for horse number 6, Pombia, who was hovering around that $9, $10, $11 quote for most of the day. 9, Modella, 23s into 14s. A bit of specking there for the debutante there for Lee and Cherie Curtis. And then you've got 7, Kingsley, 21s out to 26s, back to $23. To the outsider of the field is Wild Annie, 23s to $21. So this rain, it's not really giving up, Brad. It's continuing to fall. Prior to the last race, it had pretty much stopped raining, and then I think just while the race was on, it started to come back down, and then when it was time to do the interviews, it started pouring again, and it hasn't stopped. So will be interesting. I thought we'd get a track downgrade after race 1, but with this continuing rainfall, I'm pretty certain we'll go into that heavy range after this.
Yeah, we'll have to follow that bouncing ball, won't we? As this favourite firms again into $1.85. So I'm happy to play at that $1.95 quote. And Josh Parr did say after the first that it did feel like a heavy track, so something we'll have to monitor. So with him so firm at the top of betting, not a lot of action elsewhere, is there? Anarita's been quite soft. Modella, as you touched on, it's the interesting move there. So horse on debut, off pedigree, you'd think, looking for a touch further this filly, but maybe a wet track, 1200 metres, could bring that stamina into play. But just back to the top, $1.85 for this favourite. Our little star, $5.50, Believe in Angels. $5, just getting a bit soft, $6 on the NOP. And I guess the crew with Believe in Angels, if there is one, is the inside gate there. So probably needs a bit of luck just angling away from the fence, because if the first race is any indication, we did see the winner come down the middle. Now, it's a little bit early to label a track playing it a certain way after one particular race, but you do find when you get to WarwickFarm and on a wet track, regardless of the rail position, jockeys tend to want to get away from the fence.
Exactly. Punters not deterred by this rain. They obviously did
BC.
interview. That's the biggest concern now, $1.65.
Welcome back, BC.
It's about a horse that is suspect on into the track. Okay, we might head up to Darren. He's race number 2.
For real? $1.65 railway man. Let's back this from even to $1.65. Was my Julie's last time at Canterbury, but well held fourth. Wild Annie moving up. Wild Annie is the last to go in.
Syed, 12th place. Not bad. That's a lot of money on 12.
By, and they're off and racing, and jumping quite well with Pompey together with Wild Annie wide out. They beat off Ainsley early, Kilbetty going forward together with Believe in Angels. Then came Badillo, the favourite, getting well back is Railway Man, and it parks on the outside of Anarita. Going on with the job, the roughie Kilbetty from the stablemate Pompia. Ainsley goes to third, Believe in Angels goes to fourth now from our little star Badillo. They're followed by Anarita from Railway Man. And now Wild Annie is drifting back to the tail of the field. Kilbetty shows the way. Kilbetty by a length of Ainsley. Believe in Angels is probing through on the inside, then Pompia. Railway Man deeper up, creeping a bit closer. They're followed from the back row with Yellow out to the star. Anarita up ahead. And Wild Annie is the last one, racing to the turn. And Believe in Angels now moves up on the inside of Kilbetty. And the favourite Railway Man is 3 wide as they straighten up now. The inside is Believe in Angels from dropping off Kilbetty. Down the outside, it went straight past Railway Man. And Modelo on the outside moves up to join Believe in Angels. It's Believe in Angels just in front. Here's the post. Believe in Angels, despite the pedigree, beats them. Beats on
9.
Modelo. Further back to Pompia. Then came Kilbetty.
What do we have? 159.
Then the horse they backed into what's on. Goodness me. Found nothing in the straight. Railway Man dropped right out from Wild Annie. And at long last was Ainsley.
BC 1.
Number 1, Believe in Angels, Adam Hieronymus and Joe Pride ends up paying $5.71.
What? 5, 9. I think so.
Outside, the 1 point look the winner. You've got the 5, Our Little Star, and then you've got the 6, Pombia in the middle. So Pombia are running
1, 9, 5, and 6. 1, 9, 5, and 6.
Frame 1, 9, 5, and 6. And Railway Man, I don't think they'll be backing him again on a wet track.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so, Shenny. I don't think we'll ever be seeing him on wet ground again. Talent only takes you so far.
Congratulations, PC. I just wanted to stay out of it. It's a mixed sex, but there was a lot. This thing was with handicapping, and 3 is the one which was the colt. You can never trust a colt. That's the problem. That's the only one that failed. Out of this entire arrangement, that's the colt that failed. And then it was 6. One blocked badly on defense. That one today was impeccable, but the thing is, this was just based on one race, and though it had all winning numbers, everything was good. It lacked this side of the rail, which probably, you're right, it is picking up from that race that it did not it is not good on it had some issues, so I was not very convinced on that. And but that's what it is. 1-5. That 3 is the only one that failed. See that colt, you cannot trust a colt. You cannot trust a colt, baby. 1956. 1956. All right, we'll go to the next. Seven has been scratched. Seven. Why are they scratching so many horses is what I don't know. All right, this is what I have. They've got it's a 1600 meters, so that one is the best in terms of handicapping, but these people could be very dangerous. Uh, doesn't look like they're doing fabulous. So is two that's there, but if we look at that, then that is the second in line within the rails. But three is a neutral one. Okay, three is a neutral one. That that takes a little bit of time to cope, and it is also coming from a wide gate, which is gate number 8. And to be honest, this track is 326 um, straight. Uh, this could be a little difficult in terms of 1600 meter. I don't know, but yes, we have a very strong line on 8. They're probably the best people in here. 44 by 257 by 44. These people have been making money. They come out from gate number 5 and the highest dev on that. So that's what it is. Now, one stands with the handicapping. These people, maybe we are uh, not judging them rightly or whatever it is. Maybe this is a lack of data, but this is definitely not lack of data. This is genuine numbers, and these people are suffering, but they are there. So that's what it is. This is a neutral on a 1600 meter. um I don't know, but one definitely has the handicapping. That's brilliant. That is there. 8 is like that. It's one of the best BBs. So if you look at 3 and 1, I mean, generally in a 1600 meter, two of the BBs, they definitely make it to the first top 4. So if you're looking at 3 and 1, 3 is definitely a better BB than 1. And also with good people. It's not they're the second best people. They're the second best people, but the horse is a neutral horse. It has been placed as a neutral. So if that's what the thing is, that can turn into a very difficult situation wherein the two has a lot of advantage going on. The two has a lot of advantage going on. The 6 is a good horse. It's a good horse, but it doesn't look like it has been given any kind of um I mean, it's not in a winning position. The 6 is not in a winning position. Plus, um, it looks like it has been sabotaged for some reason. So I don't know if this might work as an advantage, but if we look at what is 2 and what is 3, this probably is half the number. This is a linear one. This is an outer drift, but that's how it is. And the worst part of this entire thing is there's no connection apart from 1 and 2. They're gate number 2 and 1. 3 is gate number 8. The connecting one is the 4, which is 7. Um, Gate number 7. I there's hardly anything on this horse. I don't know how it'll work. Uh, the jockey will really have to be very smart to tail, but it doesn't look like it has a lot of thing going on. This probably is not what um, might work. So yeah, that's more or less like it. But 3 has advantage It's a neutral horse. 1 is the second in line with the best handicapping. So that's there. So 3, 1, 2, and 8. We'll take a look at the odds. 3, 1, 2. Do they have 6? We've already checked the odds. The straight is a concern here, but this one is in very good hands. This one is in very good hands with a very high dev. This is probably the smallest linear that's there. Uh, it's probably the smallest linear. So there's advantage over 6. So it's either between, I mean, 2 or 6. If we have to make a choice between 2 and 6, I'll definitely go with 2, because that's a much stronger number than this one. Now the question between 6 and 4, 7. This is gate number 7. 3 is the favorite. So if this thing actually acts smart, there's a possibility that the 7 might get in. There's a possibility, but it is not in a winning position. It's not in a winning position. So that's not what the concern is. The concern here is 1 and 3. The concern here is 1 and 3. So and you know the problem with 8 is we also have limited data on this side of the channel, but you cannot underestimate the 8. It's with the highest torque. It is with the highest torque, and it's it's a good horse. We may not have the data to prove this, but I'm kind of really concerned about this one. This is not going to be I mean, 8 is not going to let it go that easily. It is not going to be that easy for 1 or 3 to do what that is. Especially it is if you look at that 7, the 3. We don't have a 3, then it's 5. That's gate number 8. Gate number 5. That's a very strong horse. We've got a very high machine learning on that as well. So, but it lacks. I mean, I'm kind of not very I can't be sure. It's a lack of data, and if we do not have this side of the rails, I do not know if it is lower than 66, because that's the lowest one, right? 8, we do not have the data. So is with 5, but we have this side of the data, which is very strong. So that is there. This side of the data is definitely there. So that's what it is. 1832. The 9, if we look at the 9 in the previous one, how did that 9 get into is, though it was a 1200 meter, but that's where the 9 is placed, right? So the 2 linear and then the smallest. Here the population is all linear. The population is all linear, the straight ones. And there are 2 outer drift, 4 and 6, and there's 1 neutral, which is the favorite. So if we take it like this, smallest, then that's what it is. Now then this thing gets in some way or the other. But the jockey will have to be really smart. Maniam, welcome back. And I hate it when it depends on the jockeys, because we know how disastrous the jockeys can turn. Uh, they kind of have no mercy. They do not care. They just do what they want to do. They do not have any attachment with uh, the horse or the winning or anything. They just do it because they're getting paid. And when it becomes a choice that you have to take the jockey in consideration, uh, that becomes that becomes a little difficult job. But yes, that is a part of this, and we cannot escape. Some countries, it's just the opposite. They play on the jockey.
Two runs over the 1900 metres, but with this track deteriorating, we know she's got that stamina on her side. What I will say though is in the past she has been more effective on top of the ground.
Our favourite is It's a Wonder, Tyler Schiller for Geraldine and Sterling Alexio, $2.60, but up to $2.80. She's now back into $2.60 again.
Yeah, there's no concern whatsoever about her. She loves wet tracks, so I think this is the perfect setup for her. So she comes through that same as Alice May behind Emma Dillon. Just had to switch courses there on a few occasions in the straight. Probably should have been fighting had things played out a touch differently. So Mile looks perfect now, third up. Back to midweeks, has a great wet track record. And that's be last, but that's her. She's the type of me. You just want to leave her alone in the early stages and draw nice and wide here. She'll just be minding her own business and get last look.
The Est is horse number 4, Kerry Parker, Jason Collett.
She's the one coming back in journey, so 2 runs over the 1800 metres to the mile, but she has been given 5 weeks to freshen up. Since
Man, it's raining like cows and buffaloes there.
So there has to be some concern here.
It's not even like cats and dogs. It's like cows and buffaloes. They're race. It's raining.
She won at Newcastle quite well to start prior, but
Fuck.
is that little risk in terms of this track?
There's for Annabelle and Rob, Harry Davies to right.
I think she could be the big improver here, so you've got to take her on trust. So she was posted wide the trip in Newcastle first up as a $5 chance. She did knock up badly to be beaten a long way, so straight out to the mile, second up. I don't mind that. She's got that strong SP profile from throughout her career. She's raced well in town, albeit in maiden grey, but the rain around for her is a bonus. She loves it.
Yeah, I mean, the saying goes like with cats and dogs, but it's like cows and buffaloes, man. Look at the way it is raining.
Double figure odds, so never travelled at one first up. That was over 350 metres. She came under pressure a long way from home and was beaten 7 lengths. So straight out to the mile, could see her improve. A wet track suits. She's hard to have off that run, but did run a really good second there in a similar race to this behind Nana's Wish back in January last year. So hasn't done a lot of racing since then, but she hasn't shown much in her subsequent runs. So you have to take her on trust, but with that little bit of market support, maybe she is ready to improve.
Free win.
He's So Nucci Thinks, Chris Lee's Jose Severo.
Yeah, and it did come through as a notification throughout the week that she is racing in foal. So just needed another 50 metres to win at Taree last start. She found the 1300 metres a touch too sharp. I love the way she ran right through the line. So the mile second up looks to suit. Wet track is a bonus. In fact, the wetter, the better for her.
Okay, Ange Davies is about to come down and have a chat to me. I promise I won't put the mock on you. I know you did the radio this morning, and I know we've spoken to you many times. But she looks a great chance. How is she?
Yeah, look, she's terrific. She's done everything right. She looks great. She's worked well since. She's eating up, you know. Hopefully we don't go to the well one too many times.
Wet track, she's placed on a heavy track. I think it was Taree, so if she can get through that, she should be able to get through this.
Yeah, look, that was a terrific run that day. She missed the kick and everything and came round, and it was a super run in the wet and ran second, I think. But I don't think the wet track's going to bother her today.
Mile, has she always been wanting a little bit further?
Well, I think so. She's always hitting the line, and she was always relaxing and getting back. So today I'll tell a few stories, you know, about whether she can get the mile or not.
Where do you think she'll be?
Oh, look, it's a little bit hard to say because she's stepping from a 14 at Randwick, which they went a little bit quicker, and then they steady up. We've only got a small field, so look, she could be anywhere. It's a bit hard to say.
That's Emma's problem to worry about.
That's absolutely the problem.
I just wanted to ask, how did our Kobe son pull up after last week at Canterbury?
Yeah, well, he's gone to the paddock. He was just a bit tired, and so I think he's had enough this prep. He never had much of a break. We only gave him 2 weeks, and then he continued on with his prep. So I've just been in too long. So he seems fine. He'll come back bigger and better when he has a couple of months off.
Certainly will. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Late male numbers 3, 1, 2, and 5. It's the Wonder on top and has been met with good support. Now it finds itself a firming favourite as a $2.40 chance. So I just like the setup for It's a Wonder. She's still relatively early in her campaign. She's still got some upside. She's still relatively lightly raced. Now she is one-dimensional, but I don't think it really matters. Given this is only a small field, she'll be given time to balance up. She loves wet ground, and she probably should have been fighting at the finish in that midway a few weeks ago. So she has returned well, and given what she has done on wet tracks in the past, she's clearly the horse to beat here. If we like It's a Wonder, you have to make a case for Alice May. Given there was a little between them there on the line there last start, Angela Davies giving her a confident push that she'll get through the conditions, she should handle the mile, and she's a very fit and very much in form mare, so no real knock on her. She's in well after the climb, over 59 kilos. Becomes 56 kilos, heaven bound. There is a market set against her. She's friendless here on the NOP, $4.80 all the way out to $7. I imagine that's due to the wet track. Her figures on top of the ground have always been better, so that's an obvious query. And the market
3 and 2, both getting tailed.
And 5, the Beza goes in as the best of the rest. So she's also a touch easy, $11 out to $18 on the NOP, and she was disappointing first up, but I'm just leaning on the fact that she was much better last campaign, and a wet track holds no fears for her. I quite like the intent of getting straight out to the mile second up. So 3, 1, 2, and 5. There's a lot of support at the top end here, and as I say that, Shani, It's a Wonder firms again into a $2.25 chance.
Punters are happy to stick with this filly. She will get through the wet track. We know that. It certainly isn't an issue. She has won on a heavy track previously, but she opened at $2.60. She's now into $2.25, and we've still got just under 3 minutes of betting time remaining with this rain continuing to fall. Alice May on the second line, $3.50 to $3.30. She's placed on a heavy track, so we just heard from Anne Sharp. We don't think the wet track will be of any concern to her, and she's running over the 1,600 metres for the first time this afternoon. Heaven Bound has got no wet track form. She's been on a heavy track twice and failed on both occasions. 3 starts ago at Canterbury, it was a heavy 8, and she led them up there and faded and was beaten about 6.5 lengths. Now, we've got a protest at Eagle Farm. It's 3rd v 2nd, so that protest is underway now, and as soon as we get the results, we'll pass them on. What have we got now? Horse number 6, which is Love Child, $9.50 up to $10, and she's hovered around most of the afternoon for Viest. She's been a noticeable drifter here. She went around on a heavy track last time around. I think there's similar conditions. We started off in that soft range, or maybe it might have been a good track that day. By the time her race came around, it was bottomless 10, and she didn't go a yard in it. So unfortunately, same sort of conditions here for her this afternoon. And the 5 of the years is out to $19.
Heavy 8.
There's been a bit of specking for her. 13's into $10. Chris Lees and Jose Severo combining it here. So we've got about a minute to go, but I mean, 2 days ago it was 35.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man.
Summer, pouring rain, miserable and cold. I've got jackets on.
Yeah, when I first sat down to do the form, I had to trust the forecast because you're right, I was sitting there on Monday with the air conditioning blasting and the fan on, and I'm doing form for a potential wet track, and it has arrived in a big way. And just looking at the forecast for the rest of the day, it's just hovering over us at the moment, so it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. You'd like to think it just will blow by and we won't get any worse, but I don't hold huge confidence regarding that. So this favourite now is a $2 chance. So the punters haven't missed this mare. She does look well placed, getting out to the mile. Third up, just a note that did come through regarding that late scratching regarding Rantan, race 6, number 9, due to the track downgrade. So Rantan, we won't see that mare for Ron Quinton over the 1,000 metres, which takes a little bit of interest out of the race, but it's still a nice context over the dash there a little bit later on the card. But $2.10 now for your favourite. It's One to Heaven Bound. Very easy in betting. Alice May, $3.30, and pretty solid at that quote. So the third at Warwick Farm, only moments away. We'll head up to Darren.
Checkered passage at Randwick last time on the good 4. And best form has been on wet, so that could be the key to It's a Wonder. We'll soon find out. Into 210. Alice May, very consistent mare. He ran very well the first run in town, and Alice May is a clear second pick at 3:30. There's been no money at all for Heaven Bound.
If they play age, then I don't know. That 4 has tremendous amount of advantage if they play age.
In the third, the favourite It's a Wonder will settle back last of all, and Heaven Bound came out together with Love Child. Alice May is right there between runners in the early part. Then Sanucci thinks rounding to fourth. Fiesta's got a bit deep from the better, and 2.5 lengths away to It's a Wonder as Heaven Bound used the low draw to boot through and hold down the lead with Love Child striding to second there at the 1,200 metres. Sanucci thinks has continued to improve a little bit on the fence there on the inside of Alice May. And Fiesta's caught on a 3-wide path and rolling forward. And the last 2 now, It's a Wonder's getting up on the outside of Avesa. 20 about 4 lengths covers the field. Heaven Bound a narrow leader from Love Child, and Fiesta goes to a clear third. But in a 3-wide position, followed by Sanucci thinks a half into Alice May. It's a Wonder is moving a bit wider on the course there at the 800 metres. And now Vavesa had dropped back to last of all. So Heaven Bound hasn't been a bean for this in the betting. Heaven Bound lead by a neck here to Love Child and Fiesta on the 3-wide path. Then Sanucci thinks on the inside of Alice May, 3/4 into It's a Wonder. And Vavesa is still last of all in a fairly tightly bunched field. Now the favourite It's a Wonder is called upon starting a run. Heaven Bound in front. Heaven Bound, It's a Wonder circling the field from Love Child. Fiesta conceding ground from Sanucci thinks.
Run,
Alice
baby.
May's place, they straighten up. And wide out, It's a Wonder is getting to the middle, wider part of the track, and It's a Wonder eating up the ground now, takes the lead from Sanucci thinks, although Sanucci thinks is coming back on the inside of It's a Wonder. Don't tell me she's flagged it. Sanucci thinks, yes, Sanucci thinks. Sanucci thinks tipped out the favourite It's a Wonder.
Yeah, as if they did not know. As if they did not know. Jimmy! Congratulations, Jimmy!
She pays 10.50 and 2.20, 110. It's a Wonder, and Heaven Bound. Considering she doesn't usually go a yard on the wet track, she's actually run quite well. But there's
They're talking as if they did not know. 8, 3, 2, 5. Yeah. They're talking like as if they did not know what was there with the 8. Three ran 2 miles. Yeah, but what happened to 1? That 1 was nowhere. Let me get the whip report. Where is the whip report? find the whip report. God knows where the whip report is. God knows where the whip report is. Good house. Wazi story. Welcome to the channel. All right, we'll go to the next. I couldn't find the whip report. We needed the whip report. I can't find it. 8 runners, no scratching. Eight was the muddy. I can't find that report. It's hidden somewhere. I can't find it. PC. I'll look for it again. But 8 was in very good hands. That's there. Man, that happens to me all the time, PC. I kind of miss out on stuff. Again, a colt, man. And okay, it is like this. This is why what I have. Okay, now these four are within the rails, and probably that colt is the best one. Seven is suffering, so I've stayed out of seven. Uh, two and four looks good. Two is a league horse. It has got about three league races, out of which it has got one. And then there is this one, which is the lowest linear, the three. Uh, and That's how it is. They've got something to do with six. We look at the six as well. The six is a good horse. The six is a good horse, but this is the lowest linear with a better dev. That's the highest dev. We've seen what the dev can do. Though it is not as strong, but it is there. It'll get there, especially with that uh, thing. So two is there. Now the question is about this filly. This is in the best hands. This is probably in the best hands. That takes us to this one, which is a 5-year-old gilding. I couldn't find much on this, but it's also one of the best hands. The 4 is one of the best hands. So, but it's a filly, and then it's a mixed sex, and that colt has all the good numbers. I don't know how to trust a colt on a heavy ground. That's just is uh something that I emotionally I can't do it. I mean, mentally I am not there. That's I can't put money on a colt on a heavy ground. I do not want to put money only on heavy grounds. And on top of that, it's a colt. We are having some bad days for the last few days. We had some serious network problems for the last 2 days. Now the network problem is not there. It's raining, and we are dealing with a heavy 8, heavy 9 ground, mixed sexes. I think I need to pray to the horse god. Anyway, that is it. Jimmy, that's going to be Louis. Eagle Farm 8. All right, I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Here's Fifi all coming out. Position. Charlotte Taurus, Calcanley, Phyllis Hellfire, Desert Angel, and 4 out of 5 for the second. Mile Maiden. This was with a concession. Very, very good go. $6 to $2.86 this morning. Scratching time down to $2.80 at the jump. The case put the money on. Just got it. Short head was the large picture, a half. Tiny performance time wise, 57.73, which new figures for the pass record. Barry and Luke will combine with Gibson Space in the Magic Millions Guineas on Saturday. He's got a rock draw. Henry gets back anyway, but he's got a super finish as he showed here in the Vaux Road Plate last Saturday week. For pass. Here's Zara Taurus coming up. That leaves Navilis Hellfires, the last one to load in the big field. Like the heart continues to firm down to $3.20 on tab. This pair who finish alongside of each other are ready for a return clash today. Starter is Ross Smith, he's ready to release them. All it now, set to go, the red line on. A reasonable line, although a few stragglers at the start, including Navilis Hellfire and Discover. He struck the heart, the well-back second favourite, Bounce with Purpose, straight over onto the rail, tackled by Avior, and Desert Angel goes up to be third, all the way Lips back up, and Silvio Donne, he's a lot closer today too, right behind Strike the Heart. So the two favourites fighting positions on the rail, then came Iona Kelly, Calcanley through right at the middle part, followed by Viking Blood, then Gara back. The Spirited Chonky, then Zara Taurus. The Villas Hellfire Discover is second last, and Quantum WOD is last. Down the side, Up by one Desert Angel second. Strike the Heart in third. People see as in the box C. A length away fourth. Lip Smack at the outside of the halfway mark. To the Silvio Donna, directly behind Strike the Heart. Racing on the inside of Iona Celtic. Then Bagara bound outside of Funky Blood. Followed by Cal Cadley. Then Chonky Diva. Crimson Spirit being pushed along for 600 metres. Zala was losing ground. Discover is a mile off them. So too Develos Hellfire. And Waters last of all. They strike the home. 400 left to Rana. ABO with a bit of a kick led by a couple. There's an Angel under the wind. Then came Strike the Heart. Silvio Donate's hard at it. Needs to get a move on. Iona Celtic coming down the outside. These favourites now starting to get top gear, but Avior is still in front. Strike the Heart as the first pursuer. Strike the Heart went to Avior. Silvio Donate can't win. Maybe a place only, but it's Strike the Heart off and gone. And Strike the Heart got the money.
11, 12, and 5, I think.
Silvio Donate was flat over the last part. Then came Bagara bound Choppy Diva Cal Cadley, followed by Iona Celtic. Then Desert Angel, the Villas Hellfire, Lip Smacker, Crimson Spirit, Discover. Then came Zala Taurus and Wad is last.
Yeah, Strike the Heart for Peter and Will Holbert. Mark Du Plessis, 3.
Fuck. There's no way escaping that colt, and I don't want to go with that colt. That's not happening. I will not go with the colt. There's no way of escaping that colt. That colt is everywhere. But God knows what it'll do. It's King George the First. That colt is like King George the First. It'll do what it wants to do. And God knows what it wants. 4 win, PC. 4. 4 is a good one. 4 is in the best hands, PC. 4 is in the best hands. 4 is a very good one, actually. I mean, the clarity is on 5, but it's a cold plus, it's a neutral. 4, 2, those are there, but it all depends on if that Mr. King George do not doesn't do anything. If it remains calm, it's okay. But there's no escaping that 5. That 5 is there all over.
This campaign should have finished closer last start at Randwick, just momentarily held up in the straight. Has to stretch to 1200 metres for the first time. Timing is right to try, being 5th up into the campaign.
Codetta, Michael Friedman, Zach Waddick, horse number 4.
Yeah, she's a filly going well, isn't she? So she's won 3 of her past 5. She beat subsequent winners at Kembla Grange and Canterbury first and second up, and then found a pretty deep 3-year-old race at Randwick last time out behind arriving home. So should run to her level again. She's found a good level of consistency at her past 3 starts, which does make her one of the main players here, and she does like soft ground.
This is our favourite Bartov, $2.40 to $2.10. He's a good looker. He's very, very good looking. Normally he's by so you think, and you can tell that by looking at his head straight away. John O'Shea, Tom Charlton, and Billy Loughlin to ride him. He went up $6, as I said, and that was snapped up pretty quickly.
It was, and there's no reductions there either. So $6. If you're sitting on that quote, you're looking at a much shorter price right now. So fingers crossed for the early shoppers. But you can see why he's attracted interest. He's a lovely style of horse. I like the way that he won there last start at Newcastle. He quickened nicely to put his rivals to the sword. The freshen up did the trick there. It was a touch disappointing first up back in October, but I think he found that first up form on debut where I think he got people talking. He was subsequently a little bit disappointing at his second career start, but he did start hard in the market behind Wannerua. So there's always been expectation around this horse. Wet track holds no fears whatsoever. He won on a heavy track on debut and did it impressively. So you just want to see him go right on with it now, given he's always been a horse with potential.
6 is Husk for Team Hawks and Taylor Schiller.
Yes, I'm speaking for her. I can see why. I think she's a lot better filly than she had the chance to show at Canterbury first up. Not much went right. She was shuffled back early. Didn't get the chance to build into the race when she needed to, yet she still kept finding the line despite chasing a lost cause. So forgive her that. She was racing well in Melbourne last preparation, including running a 3rd to first settler, and she does have a strong SP profile from those runs as well.
Next runner, 7, Impulsivity, Peter Snowden, Tom Sherry, crossover noseband going on today.
One of your race outsiders, and that's on the back of being disappointing there last start. She looked very one pace in the run home at Canterbury last time out, coming through that same race as Husk, who was better over the concluding stages. So did fight out the finish at Hawkesbury first up in a tight 3-way go, and did win her only previous try over the 1200 metres. So sets up to improve, but she needs to.
And our final runner is the 8, Can Kick a Pony, Chris Waller, Reece Jones.
She too was playing last start. That was Canterbury despite jumping single-figure odds. So the form through that race has been Frank Dance to the Boom and Manuscript, both winning since, but she was beaten a long way. It looked too bad to be true. I was hoping to find something in the stewards report to pin it down to, but there was nothing there. So she's better than that, but she does find a pretty deep race here, hence why she goes from being an $8 chance to a $41 chance.
All right, horses making their way down onto the track and around to the gates. Neil Payne is with me. They've only got the one runner now. He scratched Chueska too wet for him, so he'll line up next week.
Yeah, there's same race next Wednesday at the Kensington track, so we'll send him round there.
For years, how fit is he? He's had a fair while off, but he's had 3 trials.
Correct. He's been off for 9 months. Look, he's a beautiful little horse. He's paraded well. He looks $1 million in the coat. Like you say, 3 trials, so he's as fit as he can be going into this race. You're not thinking that you're going to get on a heavy track when you start him off first up, but the one thing I will say, he does handle a heavy track. He's going really well. His trials have been nice. We've just getting him back in the trials because he can go a little bit fierce, especially once he gets up to 1400 a mile. So he's got the crossover noseband on, and Adam's going to be no urgency to lead or wherever he's going to be running. Just drop his hands, get the horse settled, and travel where he can. That's what Gay and Aidan want him to do, and he'll hit the line well. Look, he's a great chance in this, believe me. He's as fit as you can be going into a race first up. And
Yeah, naturally, the wet tracks, instead of being 1200, it's probably going to be like 1400. So that's a minus, but the plus is he's handling the wet and he's going well.
Very positive comments. I could nearly back him off those comments. Weekend, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. Anything that you like?
Look, Chantel, you haven't thrown me under the bus because I haven't had a good look at them. We've got a couple in at Wyong. Oh, Chantel, look, I can't tip your viewers into anything because I don't know. I wish I could, but ask me for it.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Thanks, Chantel.
All right, very positive comments there from Neil regarding the years. We did wonder if he was fit and forward enough for this, but Neil seems to think he is, and he's only had one go on the wet track, Brad, and he failed on that occasion, but stay confident he'll get through the going here this afternoon.
Yeah, expect him to be as forward as possible, as Neil did touch on, in the right hands there, to be ready to go first up on the back of 3 trials. I thought the comments there regarding just the map where it was an interesting little takeaway, and that there won't be intent to hold the front. I'm tipping if nothing else wants it, Adam will be happy to be there, but that does throw a little spinner in the works, given it was a race already devoid of speed, so it could be open for a little bit of early intent there from one of these jockeys to potentially take up the running. So I'm with your well-backed favourite, $1.95 now for Bartov. So 5, 6, 4 and 2 is the worst result across the entire card. No surprise there for tab fixed odds, giving it was $6 in first markets and now $1.95. So a relentless go for this galloper, trained by John O'Shea and Tom Charlton, who are both at the Gold Coast at the moment, hoping to find the next Bartov, I guess. So 5, 6, 4 and 2. He just want to see him build off that last start performance. I guess what he does have in his favour, not only upside, a lot of those are similar in their profile here, given their lightly race, but he has that wet track profile as well, so that holds absolutely no fears. The way that he won at Scone and Quick and Knife.
Vivek, welcome back.
So regardless of what this track was going to throw up, he was going to handle it. So $1.85 now. Gee whiz. Okay, this next 2 minutes, he can't get any shorter than that, surely. $1.85 Bartov. 6 Husk, at around that $8 mark. If the odds-on favourite's a bit too skinny for you now, maybe she's the way to go on an each-way basis. I think she's a lot better filly than she showed there at Canterbury first up. Not a lot went right. I like the depth of her form through last campaign. She's still relatively light in the race, and she can only bounce off that first.
Which is
show.
this
She might
one?
be able to settle closer, in fact, given the lack
3.
of speed, at least on paper here. She's pretty versatile in that regard. 4, Codetta. No knock on her. She's a filly in really
3 getting
good form at the moment.
tailed.
She's come back well. She won first up. She won second up. And
So
then
3 is
bumped into
out.
arriving home. It's up on the Gold Coast.
But
They're
it
going
is
towards
there
those
with the
features.
numbers.
So
Anyway,
not
I'm not
as
placing
far as the
bets
form reference, she was only 2 lengths. I saw
on
her
this.
Caddy, a bit inconclusive heavy track. Did fail in one previous go on a heavy track, but that was earlier in her career. And I got the years in as the 4th pick. He was too skinny when markets first went up. He was a $2.80 equal favourite with Codetta. Now getting out to $6. I imagine that would tempt a few punters. $6.50 now, in fact. So you look through his form and you might be tricked into thinking he's a horse that wants to touch further, but he is well performed fresh, particularly over the sprint trips. And you only get back to last campaign where he bumped into Leigh Vampire, a pretty talented stablemate, and wasn't beaten all that far. And so, yeah, that says that he typically comes to hand quite well first up. So 5, 6, 4 and 2, $1.85. You'd think he would have bottomed out at that quote, Shanny.
You'd think. Let's see what happens in the next.
I think I said the same at $2.20 though, and now it's $1.85.
You said that when we did our preview a few hours ago, but we can be wrong at times, Brad, and you were wrong. But that's okay, as long as he wins, it doesn't matter what price he pays, does it? If you're on it for $6, I guess. So $2.40 into $1.85 now. We're just about to start loading. 4.30. Codetta, there's been a bit of support for her. 4.20 into $3.40 there for Codetta, scratch from the Saturday. Let's head to Darren. This is the first leg of the quaddy race, number 4.
It's going on a very heavy track in the middle of the winter. Bartov's been very well backed here, but so is Codetta. All her wins have been on soft going. She's 3 for 3 on the soft, Codetta. Husk moves in, and Impulsivity is the last to go for you. Impulsivity. $41 chance, so they're locked and loaded now, and we're ready to run. Bartov into odds on, and they're off and racing. Bartov wasn't the quickest into stride. Husk has left the gates very cleanly, along with Can Pick a Pony, Codetta, Don't Doubt Merlin very prominently placed, improving on the rails. Then came the favourite Bartoff. In advance of the years, further back to Kiribati and Impulsivities last of all. Husk has been joined in the lead by Don't Doubt Merlin and Can Pick a Ponies wider out. Moving between them now, followed by the Years, Codetta and Bartoff between runners. Kiribati sitting back in the field on the outside of Impulsivity. 600 metres to run, and Don't Doubt Merlin has been a big drifter in the betting. Least narrowly here from Husk and Can Pick a Pony. Codetta being revved up a long way out, followed by the Years. Then came Bartoff and wide out Kiribati as they straighten up. Don't Doubt Merlin on the inside of Husk. And Husk moves up now and pokes the head in front from Doubt Don't Merlin. Two for the back two, Codetta. Bartoff's not in the hunt. This isn't going to run near last. Husk in front. Codetta's the danger on the outside now. Husk about a half in front too. Codetta closing in. It's Codetta joining Husk. Husk still in front though. Husk is clinging on and Husk denied Codetta. Third position,
7 and 2.
Impulsivity in front of the Years. Then came Kiribati. Further back, Don't Doubt Merlin. He dropped right. The favourite from the Bartoff together with Can Pick a Pony.
Husk, number 6, Tyler Schiller riding for Team Hawks and pays $8.52 a place. Codetta finished second, 130, and Impulsivity, one of the outsiders,
6-4.
$6.10 the place. The Years winds up in fourth spot, and Bartoff, well, to be honest,
7 and 2.
off the bit, chasing a long way from home. You didn't want to be on him from probably
See,
the 500.
6 4 7 and 2. Yes.
He never looked to trouble, and the punters have left it in the bag at the past 3 races. 3 heavily back favourites. Railway Man, It's a Wonder, Bartolf for all.
Stupid 4. No, it's best to stay away because I couldn't find a way that I could escape that 5 other than, that I don't want to go with the Colt. That's as simple and straight as that. But if we look at the 4, that 4 is there with the handicapping. The 7 gets in with the handicapping. So that's the 7 was there. But here, I mean, I should have considered this over that Colt. I should have considered this over the Colt, but I had nothing. And the 6, the 3 got tailed, and the next dev was 6. It was also a good horse that's there. But honestly speaking, this is a risky ground today. I'm with you on that, PC. The jock could have pushed it, but he didn't. The jocks, they will ruin us. They will probably make us go bankrupt. These morons, they will make us go bankrupt. But it's a very risky ground today. Heavy 10 we're dealing with. We should have gone with Eagle Farm, I think. But Eagle Farm was actually showing rain as well. The weather is rainy there as well. If it is not raining, it's just bad luck for us. You best to go Mornington. It's not raining there. No rains. I don't have the feed for Mornington, otherwise I would have gone for it. It's good 4. That ground is good 4. 1 and 5 has been scratched. Eagle Farm is cheaper racing. Yes, that's one. Secondly, Warwick was starting earlier, so I chose Warwick. Vivek, what are the possibilities in Mornington? Much better than what we are dealing with, Vivek. Much better than what we are dealing with. We are dealing with a heavy 10 right now. It's a very unstable ground. It's a very unstable ground. Plus, they have. There goes PC. Race number 4, 3, and race number 7, 13, Mornington. PC is with studies, and if that's a good for ground, best of luck, PC. It's tricky, bro. It's tricky. They I mean, first you have to have the right horses, then you have to have them not cheating. Third, you have to have a good ground. Fourth, you have to find out what are the tricks they are playing. Someday I'm going to, I mean, we are all going to die doing this. PC is going to cut the ribbon. Don't worry. PC is going to be waiting for us in hell. Probably me and PC. PC is going to cut the ribbon. I'm going to hand him over the scissors. And we are both going to be welcoming all of you there. Ooh, 97. Welcome to the channel, Ooh. Ooh, we're not doing Eagle Farm. I don't know if somebody has a pick on that, but we're doing Warwick and we're stuck with it. This is what I have, okay? Now that 2 is like that. 2 and 7 both are within the rails. Those two are within the rails, and 7 is the favorite, but 2 is with the handicapping. However, it's a neutral one. If you look at the last 1600, that 3 did not do anything. That 8 actually won. That played on the linear. All right. This is there are 2 linears here, but they're very outdrift. They're very outdrift. One is a 8-year-old on top of that. So I am not sure what that thing is going to do. And this is there. It's a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 1. So that's not even within the odds. So though 8 is is in the best hands, this hand is amazing. These people are money making people, but it doesn't look like this thing is in any good shape today. The other two with the right numbers are these two, wherein 3 is the lower one, 4 is the fourth one, probably. The question is 2 and 7, because here this one is a 5-year-old gelding, and it has torque. It's got the thing, but this is a neutral, and the neutrals can play very dicey. The neutrals can play very, very dicey. 7 probably is the next one, which is there. So that probably is it. I think that's how it should play. I'll bring in Bay.
Good evening, this is Parjinder Singh from the Grandstand Gazette Integrity Unit. I noticed that there are many people watching the festivities, but very few likes. Please, let's beef up the likes. Hit the like button. Help the algorithms. Please, I do not want to resort to more extreme measures. Thank you.
Where is Bay, by the way, today?
All on the tee.
That's all I do for you. I put them, make you look good. They're low to come well. David Fowler calling the action today, so let's hit the Dave now.
As the finger poised on the button. Set, they're off. Eccleston out wide, the favourite began well. The second leg, Rock the Sunrise, was slowly away. And Eccleston will make light work of that wide barrier, scooting across to take the lead. From Headhunter in second, and I have seen the light third away. Followed then by Cheerful Cat, pushing forward a bit deep around what artists do in some style. Then Good Filly, Ruval, Aspire to win, Potty Print and Rock the Sunrise. The second favourite is last, but the favourite is up front. There's no excuse today. Eccleston cruising 700 metres. Means I have seen the line by just over a length. 1 1/4 away, third head under the box seat. Just being shaken up at the halfway mark. Fourth, the outside Cheerful Cat, to the Sun Style. Most of these off the bit chasing this favourite. They include What Artists Do and then came Good Filly, followed by Aspire to win, Ruval, Rock the Sunrise with a lot of ground to make up, and Potty Print was last. Down by the 300 metres, Eccleston a clear leader. I've seen the light, making no impression so far. Then Headhunter, the rest look to be struggling, but down to the 100 metres, and Eccleston hard against the rail, mostly clear. He'll break through today, he'll do it all the way. Eccleston first, Headhunter second, third, Photo, Some Style trying to hang on, or Ruval driving late, then Cheerful Cat Rock the Sunrise, followed by AFC the light, Aspire to win, Good Filly, What Artist.
That's 5 at Eagle Farm. Yeah, it's 5, Jimmy. No, we don't give tips. That's written in bold. That's written in bold. Lewis, 4 Mornington. I think PC also has 4 Mornington. No, 3. Race 4.
That's into $3.80.
Good win from this horse. First up, WarwickFarm, 1600 metres, so he gets the blinkers again. Second up, he was expected to improve with the run, but given he was first up over the mile, it gave him the chance to hit the ground running, and that's exactly what he did. So Ben Osmond sticks. Slightly tougher grade here, but I wouldn't say this is beyond him, hence he finds himself with a pointy end defeating.
G to reads horse number 3, Keegan Latham and David Payne, $4.20 into $3.70 for him.
Yeah, good money for him throughout the past few days, even prior to that scratching. So he was really consistent last preparation, albeit without winning. He's got a strong SP profile from that preparation, and this is probably the most winnable race he has contested in a while. So held together in one Rosehill trial. Probably might have wanted too wet. That was a little query with him. I do think he's better on top of the ground, but given the makeup of this field, he only has to half handle it to put himself right there in the finish.
Happy Saturday is horse number 4, Joe Pride, J Ford.
Went fast early here 3 weeks ago, coming through that same race behind Malabar. Was beaten a long way, but I want to be forgiving, given he had to do a stack of work to settle outside the lead. Did break the track record when winning a Y on prior, so you have to trust him to bounce back. I think he gets the right setup to do that, and do note that he did jump shorter in betting than Malabar last time out, so better map today on speed favours. He can bounce back.
6, Awesome Tycoon. Zach Waddick will play in 2 for Jason Deemer. 11's got in as short as $8.50, back out to $10 now.
On the topic of excuses, he pulled up with mild heat stress after dropping out in midway company last start, so it looked to be going quite well prior to that. He was trending quite nicely for another run over the mile. You have to take him on trust as well, given what he did there last start, but he is better than that, and a wet track is fine.
7, our favourite, a Tiger Town. Craig Hickman, Tyler Schiller, you're getting 8s when the markets first came out, $3.80, now $3. He was $3.10 a moment ago, he's just back out to $3.20.
He's going a lot better than the form guide to the Jess, so if you read that and you say 7th and 7th, there might be a query there, but if you have a dive into it, you can make genuine excuses, and he's been quite good in both of them. So first up, a slowly run midway, that was over the 1200 metres, a pretty deep midway at that has produced a few subsequent winners. And then second up, he just gave away too big of a head start over the 1400 metres. That was behind Emadella, again in midway grade. So mile looks perfect now, comes back to the midweeks, he's playing at home, and he is already a winner over the same track and field.
And Mark Mason has brought Dolphins Gaze down, horse number 8, Christian Reed, try it.
He doesn't have any tactical speed, so it's a small field looking to suit here. He won't be too far away. He'll last in 3 runs back, and been doing his best work through the line. They were all in country company. He was jumping 1200 metres to the mile last start, so I think he can improve off that fourth up here with a few runs under his belt, but there is more depth. Late mail numbers 7, 2, 4, and 3. 7 Tiger Town on top. I think got a real sense of timing about him now. Third up, getting out to the mile. I know you look at the form in the form guide there, and there might be some query on a genuine heavy track, but one of those was a little bit inconclusive and probably better than it reads on paper. So I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt in that regard, and he's your favourite here, and a confirmed favourite at $3.10. He could get out briefly to $3.20, but the punters were happy to take that. 2 Malabar goes in as the second pick. He's a touch easy, $4 out to $4.20, but he was good there winning a very similar race to this a few weeks ago. Blinkers again to ride the speed, make his own luck. 4 Happy Saturday. Genuine excuses there last start where he did ride a pretty fast speed and just knocked up over the concluding stages. Has to turn the tables on Malabar, but he does get the right setup to do that. And then Jita goes in as the 4th pick. He has been heavily backed. There's a lot of confidence around for him. $3.70 into $3.10 since Ravello has come out. So 7, 2, 4, and 3. Tiger Town on top. And Shenny, you're with Greg now.
Third up, timing with this fella today.
Yeah, well, I will hope so. We've sort of planned it later in a mile. Everything's been going the right way. First runs from Sydney, Dixon to been good, and he's done well at home, so touch wood, hope that's right.
28, he's had 2 goes on a wet track, and I went back through them. What are you thinking about the track today?
I'm just happy he was learning a little bit, learning a bit back then. Look, it's the right
That 6 probably is going to be very good on a wet ground. It is, I was looking for that SS report, which is the whipping report. That 6 seems like it responds to whip. That 6 is fabulous in responding to whip. That's what it says, but the handicapping is weird. It's got advantage. It's got a lot of stuff going on. We'll see. That 6 is a danger.
going okay at the moment, so no, really good.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Okay, Brad, they are making their way.
That 6 is what PC calls a mudder.
Of the small field, it'll be tactical. Who leads?
Yeah, well, Happy Saturday's got speed. So does Malabar if they want to use it. There's not speed enough. It's only a small field, so it could be quite tactical. But as we've seen today, I think it's just a matter of handling the conditions as opposed to where you can settle in the run. But going back to the last time we saw Tiger Town on a heavy track, it was at Rose Hill back on the 15th of June 2024. And Greg Hickman did suggest he was still a horse learning his craft. And you go back and watch the replay there, and it was over the 1400 metres. The way that he still picked himself up through the line behind the line from Captain Furai and Silvanito, it does give me some confidence that he'll get through the conditions. So, of course, you want to see him do it. It wasn't conclusive, but that's the little set against him here with a lot of and there at the top of betting.
Very interesting because he opened up at $4.20 earlier this morning. He's only had one go on a heavy track. And first up, he's placed once from 3 tenths. He's only had one trial going into this. It's saying that he probably has a bit of residual fitness in himself because he did only have a 13 break. His last start was very early October, was 18 So yes, he's a horse that probably doesn't take on too much. Punters are certainly happy to dial him in now. It's $2.90. Certainly didn't think that would be the case with Vegeta, and Tiger Town just back down to the $3 mark now. He touched $2 back to $3. $4.40 for the two Malabar, opened at 5, split in as short as $3.80 back to 60 back into $4.40 now. $6 for Happy Saturday 6. Still 2.5 minutes away here. Tiger Town doesn't matter. There's not a lot of speed given that he's a horse that doesn't usually settle back in the back.
I would have thought so. We've seen today that if you handle the conditions, you can settle just about anywhere as long as you're balanced up and you handle the going. So fingers crossed that rain is behind us now. I haven't had much, at least in the past half an hour or so. So if this track doesn't get any worse, to play on from here on in. But the G to $2.90, all the interest is at the top of betting at G to $2.90. Now Tiger T, or Tiger Town, Tiger T's the hard to beat in a race like this, wouldn't he? He'd love to wet track. Tiger
If
Town.
you're getting $3, $2.90 back to
Yeah, I would be speaking to you now. I'd be on the way to the bank. But $2.90, pick him at the top, and with all the support there at the top end, those two that were originally alongside the betting was a pretty crowd market at the top, a four-way go. There's been a bit of a set against Malabar. He's second up after winning first up, albeit a touch weaker race, but he gets the blinkers again today. Happy Saturday, not a lot of support for him. He's just gone out to $6.50 on the NOP, so $6 currently tagged odds, but I would expect him now to get out a touch further. Happy Saturday because he does look one of his speed horses, and he comes through that same race as Malabar. We did have to absorb some pressure on top of the speed. Listening to Joe Pryor throughout the week about this horse, he's just a prospect, but it just seems like he's still learning, he's still consistent. Doesn't really know what he's doing, so you can forgive the fact that he has been a bit inconsistent throughout his career. Didn't have things quite go to plan there at WarwickFarm a few weeks ago. Went behind Malabar, who did see a while, a little hint of what he could potentially do on his day. So Jay Ford tasked with just keeping him in a rhythm. And I think he gets the right setup to bounce back here, despite that set against him late out to $6.50 on the NOP. So it looks like the punters still can't decide. $2.90. For each of these favourites, Vegeta and Tiger Town both well backed.
Let's head up to Darren, second leg of the quaddie. This is race.
Really well back today. Hasn't won a race in 500 days. First up on this heavy track. Vegeta's been heavily back, but so's Tiger Town. Trained by Greg Hickman, who's fled the Gold Coast to be here to watch Tiger Town. The punters are on. Tiger Town back to WarwickFarm, a winner at his only previous start here. Malabar, a last start winner, moves into the gates, and they're locked and loaded, and we're ready to run. Vegeta heavily backed. Gates are back. Saturday locked up in the air out of the gate, settles about midfield and starting to muster. The heavily backed Vegeta will pop back last. Now Happy Saturday is going to spear to the front. Malabar's doing some work, moving up on the outside of Tiger Town early. Then came Awesome Tycoon. A couple otters off on his gaze. Now Vegeta is starting to pick up ground. Happy Saturday lands in the lead now at the 1200 metres and out by a length on Malabar, racing keenly. A length and a half to Tiger Town, plonked on the outside of Awesome Tycoon. 2 lengths then to Ajita. And Zoff and his gaze, the roughie of the field, is back last of all. Happy Saturday at the 1,000 metres, leads by a length and a half now on Malabar. 2.5 further back to Awesome Tycoon inside Tiger Town. 2 further back to Ajita. And Zoff and his gaze about 7 off the leads last of all. So Happy Saturday makes the running inside the 800 metres by a length and a half. On the last start, City winner Malabar. 2 off to Awesome Tycoon. A neck back on the outside, Tiger Town. Ajita right behind it. And Zoffany's gaze going up the inside is still the last one. Happy Saturday approaching the corner, leads the way by 2. Malabar under a punishing ride second now. Tyler gets going on Tiger Town. And Keegan gets going on the other back runner, Ajita, as they come around the turn. Happy Saturday in front. Ajita, though, quickly swooping up on the outside. And Ajita going after Happy Saturday. 2 lengths further back to Tiger Town, balancing up. Ajita at the 200. Racer to the lead. 2 lengths away to Tiger Town. Then Happy Saturday has had enough. It's Ajita in front by a length to Tiger Town. Ajita's all out. Ajita, though, holding Tiger Town. And the money got that right. Ajita went up by a length to Tiger
Man.
Town. And the rugby, somebody's game's got up to run third. In front of Happy Saturday. Awesome Tycoon.
3, 7, 8.
Sped force on the turn and finished back last of all.
Hunter's got that spot on. There was good late money for Ajita. 310, 170. Keegan Latham riding for David Payne. Tiger Town finishes second. It's off in his gate. A huge race. No third divvy for him, but he still takes out decent prize money. And Happy Saturday in the 4th spot. 3, 7, 8, and 4. Well, as Darren alluded to, he hasn't won for some 500 something days. 71 weeks. He's never won first up. Query on a wet track. He's defied everything. Hunters knew something that no one else did, and he's got the job done.
He was ready to go. Clearly, he was ready to go. 1,600 metres, and it was a confident ride there, wasn't it, from Keegan Latham? Just put him into the race at exactly the right time, gave him confidence in the going. He wasn't asked to quicken immediately, just to build and build and build. We know he's a horse that will get out over further. He was strong at the end of 1,600 metres. So he was also, he burst onto the scene. He won 2 of his first 3 starts, and we're all thinking he was a potential Derby prospect.
That 2 was not even riding. That jock was not even riding the horse. What was wrong with it? He was not even riding the horse. It's like just sitting there, not doing anything on the 2. Not doing anything on the 2. Not a single race that we have gotten. This is someone else. Not a single one that was a clean shot. 4, 5, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, I mean, I see this. The only clean shot that probably we had was in the first one, and then the horses they got scratched. The rest everything played, but there's no clean shot. There's no clean shot. On top of that, it's a heavy 10. This is what I have. Okay, that 3 and 8, they look all good. Now if we look at this one, is the lowest linear. It's 1,000 meter, 1,000 meter. The 3 comes out from gate number 1 with the highest torque. This probably is one of the best shot for the day that I have. 8 is very much there with um, it's also good with the handicapping. It's got the support line. It's the second one in line that's there. All right, now that 1 is there, uh in I mean, they're all 8, 1, 3, 7, they're all within the rails. But the if we look at the linear values, this one is a larger one, where 11 is a smaller one, so they're kind of neck to neck, and 6 is a neutral one, and this probably is the best hand in the entire thing. It's a neutral one, it's a good horse, It's better than 1, and it is definitely better than 1 in all the other angles. It's if we look at the values, that uh, this is better. So that's there. Then it is 1, but 11 is there with the linear value. So these two, then this, which is there. 1 is on the higher side. This is a neutral one, but it's in very good hands. This one is out of the rails. So that's, but this thing is tailing gates. And they all within the um within that bracket of where the force is. The force is here, 654, and definitely 3 because of the gate number. So that's probably the best shot that I think we have for this. But today I'm kind of a little worried about the entire thing because uh, kind of we're dealing a very heavy ground, a very heavy ground. Things might just backfire like nobody's business. We'll take a look at the horse, the 3, the paddock. If it doesn't get tailed, we'll probably give it a shot. That's the cleanest one so far. But the ground is very heavy. I don't know. Oh, we'll take the whip report. And these two. Both of them are good. 8 and 3. 8 looks better on whip report.
Course, nothing wrong with the trials. Like the draw, like the jockey, plenty to like. Definitely a flag ball. There's just something wasn't right first up, and he was very big, and his looks improved now. Been back to the trials, back to the drawing board. Wild Britannica, definitely, but we're guessing. And then I had the 8 in Northern on tap. Just a good, happy horse, racing well up north. They've identified this race to bring him down here to southeast Queensland, the Hatchman, and couldn't have presented any better. 925 and 8.
Thanks for that, Ken. A lot of speed here on paper. Obviously, flag all to 1. Punters are thinking may find the front fence spot, but Randwick Lady, are they going to hand up there, do you think? Trying to stretch to 1,000 or just play their strengths?
Father Tilly handing up. Come on.
I know what I'll be doing. I'll be finding the front with her anyway. Don't Call Me Honey's got plenty of speed. A soft draw. Salt Lake Betty, plenty of speed. Draws inside all of them if they want to try and hold the fence with her. So we could have fireworks up front. That'll play into Termagant's hands. It'll probably play into Wild Botanica's hands.
Teller's hands.
And it'll play into the Ruffy Tellers if they can come down the centre of the track, which we're yet to see today. In fact, every horse that's got more than about 4 off the fence appears to hit the reverse buttons.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about how wide you can get on this track.
I most certainly think you need to be close to that paint, whether it's speed related or not. That's definitely a fast.
Okay, that's what we're thinking, punters, as we head in the first leg of the quaddy. Better get those quaddy bets on if you haven't. The tab app is the way to do that, and you can take it for whatever percent you want. Kian had about 90 combos, I think.
96.
96, and I had 160, I think.
260.
Definitely wasn't 260 punters. All right, they're loading up well. David Fowler calling. Let's head upstairs.
Is the best back runner. Damien Lane riding number 9, $2.30. Northern on tap goes up. Teller is the last one to move in. Will be set for race 4. First leg of the quaddy as Tellers joins them. Field of 9, running 1,000 metres. The red line is on. Started with the button. Set to go. All set. Starter has a last look. Racing now. The roughy, sneaky shark missed the start. Fast to go with Salt Lake Betty. Randall Lady showing good early speed. Wild Botanica's run up there, as is Don't Call Me Honey. So it's a keen go early. 700 left to run. Don't Call Me Honey and Randall Lady pair off in front. Salt Lake Betty in third, fourth, Wild Botanica. Flag all back in fifth, a couple of Termagant. Then Sneaky Shark Killers and Northern on tap. On the approach to the turn, Don't Call Me Honey and Randall Lady. Scorching along in front from Wild Botanica. Salt Lake Betty, flag all over to be pulled to the outside. Termagant now starts its run. It's coming down the outside with Blake is riding fairly confidently as well. On the outside, Termagant and Flaghall. Coming up to Salt Lake Betty. Oh, Wild Botanica, the jockey nearly fell off. Tellers from well back. Now Flaghall has got something in a locker. It might have the better of Termagant. It has. Flaghall coming strong to the line. 3/4. Second over the line, Termagant. Salt Lake Betty, third, Tellers fourth. Then came Northern on tap. Don't Call Me Honey, followed by Sneaky Shark, Randall Lady, and Wild Botanica. Sure what happened there, but the Cole Wilson total lucky to stay off, and it's basically failed to complete the track. Well, Flaghall the winner, Sienna Grimer with the 3 kilo claim. Termagant loomed up ominously. See Flaghall's ready to go with it.
Yeah, Flaghall showing a bit of adaptability today too. He got off speed. There was a red hot speed. And he's finished too well. Termagant in there for second. Looked to have the race shot to bits. Tellers has appreciated that speed, and then Salt Lake Betty sticking on there after leading them up. Now, Wild Botanica, Cole Wilson okay, did stay in the saddle. We can get a replay there up the straight. Obviously, he was climbing all over backs. Joycey got very hairy there, and he's obviously, without knowing and watching that replay, I assume he's got onto the heels because that was very close. He's dipped, he's lost an iron, but he's been able to keep both legs either side of the saddle, and they're coming back into the mounting yard now, and all looks okay with the horse.
Yeah, it does, but it was hairy, and we'll have a look at that if we can, because Wild Botanica, Stuart Kendrick in the red cap, box seating, couldn't get out bank until there, probably the 200-metre mark just before, and yeah, he's all but come down, and he's completely out of the race. Just goes to show if the split had come, probably Wild Botanica darts through and fights out the finish, but we'll have a clear last in the form guide and a complete forgive run. But as for Flaghall, you're right, couldn't match the speed today, so a little extra string to his bow. He had to sit back off speed, and Sienna Grimmer, she's an apprentice from northern New South Wales. She's been riding a stack of winners. She claims 3 kilos here in Queensland, and a fair few trainers have been asking me about her of late, and big trainers up here, just what do I know about her, how do I think she rides, and well, she got that one perfect. And for a 3 kilo apprentice, the rider winner for Lee Friedman, it's a good feather in your cap.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's found the line really nicely, so she's carried the 59. Termagant, she's not an awfully big mare, she's on the 58.5, so it's paid dividends of that 3 kg claim on, just with that hot speed, because he's had to sustain a nice long sprint home as opposed to sort of sitting up on speed and doing all the damage. And yeah, just to reiterate, jockey okay, Wild Botanica okay, she just walked past us there, but that was extremely hairy. I think I nearly squeezed your arm out of its socket when Kyle went down there for a fleeting stride.
Yeah, I've got 2 arms. I'll just use the other one for the rest of the day.
I nearly broke my hand.
2, 9, 12 and 13 are your numbers across the line for race 4 at Eagle Farm. 2, 9, 12 and 13 as we head back to a much more composed Jason Witham.
That's very good. Not sure about that, Joycey, but nevertheless, it's been an entertaining game. Nice win, wasn't it, by Flaghall? It's the second Star Spangled Banner winning for the day. The first at WarwickFarm went to the debutant. Quite nicely for Phil. Saddle for Lee Friedman, 470 over Termagant. Salt Lake Betty, Tellers, Quinn 460, try 89.
Point in time. We'll kick it off with number 1, Wanda Reach. J Ford, Matt Smith, 750. Got out to 9s, back into $7.
He set outside the lead here 3 weeks ago. That was first up. He gave a kick like he was going to be in the finish and just peaked on his run. Rantan was too strong late. So with the scratching of Rantan a touch earlier after the track downgrade, won't have to worry about turning the tables there. I think a wet track looks okay. He's a horse with good 1,000-metre form. He's fitter, and where he's drawn, he gets first crack at finding the front.
Mafia is the 2. Freight Park, he'll claim 3 here. 4, Peter Snowden opened up at 19s into $9.
Yeah, for any horse, hard to assess with any confidence. So he resumed in Melbourne, and that was a packet at me. It was very plain, no real excuse, and not at least to the eye. There was nothing in the stewards report. So took a trail there, hasn't been at his best recently, but he has got better in his locker. So 1,000 metres looks to suit again. A wet track looks okay, and do note that all 3 career wins to this point have been from in front. So tactics might be interesting from that outside gate. Might be handlebars down, catch me if you can.
Storm the Ramparts, the 3. Adam Hieronymus, Joe Pride, 270. Got into 240, back to 250.
The race didn't quite pan out for him first up at Randwick. He was an even money favourite. He was well backed, slightly back in grade here, looks to suit. So there first up, he just found himself wide working, and that proved the difference there at the finish. So in his one run last campaign, he did run second to Jetabil. So good depth to that form. He's got a good WarwickFarm record. Playing at home today, he's got a good 1,000-metre record. He has drawn the inside, so he's going to need to angle away from the fence at some point, but he does look to have found the right style of race for him.
6 is Who Goes There, Mark Mason and Christian Reith.
He comes into this last start winner. That was at Tamworth. He settled outside the lead. He absorbed pressure and he gave a kick. He was pretty comfortable on the line. He's won 3 from 5 over the 1,000 metres. I've long subscribed to the belief that 1,000 metres is very much a specialist trip, and he ticks that box. So he's a light the race 5-year-old. He's got a great strike rate. He deserves a crack in town now.
7, Stars and Bars, Ben Osman. He'll claim 3 here for Jason and Lucy Pattard.
The market's going to be important with him to this point. He's just holding firm there at around that $17. So he landed really good bets when winning over the WarwickFarm 1,000 metres. That was back in May, in fact, and it was on a heavy track. He wasn't able to back that up in one run before. Just keep an eye on him. Any support at all for longer odds, I would be wary.
Back Miss, Tyler Schiller for Price and Ken.
One of the more interesting runners across the entire card here at WarwickFarm. So she's a lightly raced 4-year-old mare. 4 starts all in Melbourne. Now she left a huge impression the way she won 2 races as a 2-year-old. She beat Nadal on debut by 3 lengths on a wet track over 1,000 metres. Wasn't quite as explosive in 2 runs as a 3-year-old, but was solid in defeat. She's 43 weeks between runs, but she's had 2 trials. She's looked particularly sharp. And she's got gate speed. So from what I can see in the yard, she looks to present quite well. Given she's a 1,000-metre speedy horse, you'd think she'd have done enough work.
And our final runner, Divine Vicky, was 11, Matt Smith and Harry Davies.
Yeah, I think she's in not long without a rider, so that's big money for her.
That definitely has the gate speed.
Grange, but there's obviously parallels there. That was also on a wet track. Her form did taper off a touch in 3 runs thereafter. The last time we saw her at the races, she did bleed from both nostrils. So, but given that, 3 trials, she's dangerous here, Fresh.
Yeah, 3 and 8,
Okay,
they
horses about
kind
to
of
make their way
look
out to the
good.
track. To the start the press stable is with me. Okay, this mare.
3 lacks the gate
Cut her off
speed.
here, but her
This
trials
one
look
has the
very
gate
good.
speed.
First swing up here this whole preparation actually. She's obviously made it.
Like neck to neck, this two.
So she's awesome. Takes a bit of time for TLC. So
They're like neck to neck, 8 and 3.
Nice quiet surroundings up here. Nice and relaxed. Obviously, she's very fast. She's going to the horses up a very long time.
That's probably the only query. Long time off, wet track first up, but she does get through a week going.
But this thing has been on a vacation for a very long time, the 8. But it has gate speed. Has gate speed. This is very difficult to decipher.
Definitely a flowing ride. It's 1,000 metres around WarwickFarm. Get around the bend. It's not over the big field. Just ride your own race. Don't worry about what's going on inside of it. Drawn wide. Tend to get off the fence here at WarwickFarm when it rains. So you can hold his lines there. And she's in a nice rhythm. You can come down and join the rest of the field.
The creator in the last, how's he?
He's good. Obviously, he's only trialled once. Sort of a horse we've had entered all around Australia.
Sometimes they do. I'm very tempted to go with the 8, but the 3 is there. The 3 is,
And you've got one in on Saturday.
and on top of that, that 8 has been on vacation.
Interesting one. 78 that he's in looks to be full of a couple of progressive types. He's a Group 3 winner already. We've got him in the benchmark 100, which has only got 8 acceptors and lacks a bit of speed. So tactically, it looks a more suitable race for him. So at the moment, we're leaning towards the benchmark 100.
Thanks, Ben. Best of luck.
Race, thank you. 8, 3, 1, and 11. I heard everything I wanted to hear there regarding Outback Miss. It sounds like she's trucking along quite nicely, given she is a horse that we haven't seen a lot of recently. First up here for 43 weeks, but she looks to have found the right race. The extra little push there was the fact that she probably wouldn't be running if this wasn't a wet track. So she absolutely loves the conditions. The punters have latched onto her in the past few minutes. She's now favoured, in fact, at $2.40 ahead of Storm the Red. So 8, 3, 1, and 11.
Nah, I'll be out.
She went toe-to-toe there with Charm Stone in that most recent hit out, so that suggests that she's going well. You would expect a fast horse to trial well, and she did exactly that. 3, Storm the Ramparts. He strikes this second up, so he does have that little fitness advantage. You'll just need to get away from the fence at some point here, but that was his excuse there last time, and he wasn't able to find any cover, and he was wide and working and just peaked on his run that last little bit. You do have to pay him extra respect, given he was sent around an even money favourite on that occasion. 1 wonder each. He could only improve off what he did first up. He's a horse with a good 1,000-metre record. He's got good natural speed. Wet track looks okay, albeit the market is a touch soft on his chances. He's $7 out to $9, and I've got Divine Vicky in as the 4th pick. Originally had Rantan in my numbers, but Divine Vicky, there has been some support for her. $10 into $7.50. I do like these horses that bleed first up. They tend to race well when they run to that pattern. She's had a few trials. She's had 3, in fact, so that suggests that she may have done enough work, and she was a first up winner last time in over the 1,000 metres on a wet track. Hence why there has been that nibble at longer odds, and now she finds herself on the 3rd line of betting. So 8, 3, 1, and 11. The punters were spot on last race, Shenny. They're looking to continue that momentum. They've backed Outback Miss here, now $2.30, and a pretty firm favourite ahead of Storm the Ramparts, who was originally the favourite.
They had to redeem themselves because it was a bit of a blowout with Randwick and Baltimore. It's a wonder. It wasn't a great day for favourite backers, but they got it right. They got spot on with the Judah in the previous, and so Outback Miss 3.30 into $2.30. She is our favourite ahead of Storm the Ramparts, who I think he was favourite actually when he started the yard. hovered around 270, 240, back up to 270, pretty much most of the afternoon. 11 Divine 13s in the 750, so there's been good support for, and then we've got $10 for the toppy. One which is definitely to Divine 50 $14. Mingling behind the gates, they'll start the loading process any moment now. Back to Storm Road. We may head up to Darrington Vale. This is the penultimate.
All the late money's coming in now for Outback Miss. Wins on a soft and heavy track. Nice enough trial the other week at Roadfield by Nick Price and Outback Miss now a favourite at 220. Storm the Ramparts out to 280. And Divine Vicky.
Devil Dog, welcome back.
Divine Vicky, she's had 2 trials leading up to this, and they've been very likeable trials. So Divine Vicky moves in. Here comes Who Goes There, and Outback Miss, and Mafia. Whack the gate on the way up, Mafia. Just on the outside and will be the last to move in. So Outback Miss very heavily backed. Tried well enough leading up to this. That's where the money has gone quite heavily in the last 5 minutes. So they're just about ready. Hello. What's happening here? Storm the Ramparts, is it? Rider just up on the petition there, Adam Hieronymus from Storm the Ramparts. Now we'll activate the speaker function on this phone broadcast. Okay, cheers. Thanks, Steve. So that's the news on Storm the Ramparts getting its hind leg up. So the vets just want to have a quick look there at Storm the Ramparts being unloaded from barrier number 1. Mafia just holding off at the moment. Mafia go in there. So they're just trying to unload Storm the Ramparts. It's been a bit easy in the last 5 minutes in the betting. Cover a bit of ground when resuming at Randwick the other day. And was beaten at very short odds behind Audette. Sitting up in barrier 1 today. Oh, hello. This is coming out. Here we go.
Not looking good.
5:16 minutes. It's the news through from Steve Railton. Late scratching Storm the Ramparts. Outback Miss will go into odds on now.
8 wins.
Back, they're off and racing, and Mafia handlebars down out of the gates, and Mafia is going to lead comfortably from Wonder Reaches right there in second position. Who's there? Who goes there? Wide around, followed by Divine Vicky, Stars and Bars as they sort out their order. And it's Mafia in front. Outback Miss strides up on the outside of Wonder Reach. They're followed after 2 lengths to Who Goes There, Divine Vicky, Stars and Bars, late scratching at the gates for Storm the Ramparts, 5:50 to go. Mafia, a narrow leader. Mafia from Wonder Reach and Outback Miss in a 3-wide position. 2 further back to Who Goes There, Divine Vicky, and hard written on the inside is Stars and Bars. Outback Miss rides up on the outside now. Outback Miss takes the lead and kicked away from Overreach Mafia. Divine Vicky started to get home well, looking for a place, but Outback Misses drawing clear inside the final 100 metres. Set for a very big win, heavily back. She'll start odds on with a late scratching, and winning won by about 4 lengths. Outback Miss. Tight second, Mafia and Wonder Reach. Divine
6
Vicky
is still racing.
Bars. Who goes there?
Man, this doesn't look good. That they, I mean, I was tempted to go with the 8, but they scratched the 3 at the last moment. Lucky that I did not put in money on this. 1 to 11. Yep, 8, bro. Go on the next. Heavy 8. Still heavy 8. The entire field has been scratched. 2, 3, 8. Ten, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it's all over. Here is what I have. This thing is going to go on torque. This thing is going to go on torque. That's how it's laid down. So that's 596, 569, however you want to place it. That's there. 5 is with the thing. It is also the highest dev. All the advantage are there, and then it is 11 and 1, which is there, but 11, the difference between 11 and 1. So 1 definitely is a better horse. There's no doubt that 1 is a better horse. But if we compare 1 and 11, firstly, this thing has at least one side of the rail, and it's a outer drift, which basically is double the 1. The other one which is there is this 7, but I that's way too out, and I don't know how that'll work. So I've taken 11 over 1. 1 definitely is a good horse. We've got a very strong thing on this. Okay, there's one more thing that needs to be considered. This is absolutely in disastrous hands. So no, sorry. 1. This is completely suicide. But this horse, it's a 1400 meter. This horse is the best BB. This horse is the best BB. There's no gate number 7 on this. That's the best BB. So that thing can actually do a lot of disaster, but these people, I don't know what to make of them. Are they purposely doing this? Do they only win when the races are rigged? Why that kind of a force has been given? And they're doing a lot of scratchings. So if they scratch horses, that 11 will be destructive. If they scratch horses, that's a trending way of deceiving people. Scratch the horses at the last moment.
Three-year-old Giddy's been following him for a while. You've got a couple of good runners, Joyce. I'll tell you one you've got with a chance, Bohemian Lad.
Yes, Bohemian Lad's drawn barrier 2 on Saturday, snuck into the field.
52 kg.
So an announced objects coming back from 1800 to 1400 in true left-arm unorthodox style of our trainer. And who knows, she might run a cheeky race as well. So
a rich get richer.
Well, we'll see. It's fun to have a couple of horses on a big day like that anyway, especially when you're such a small owner like me. You've only got horses. Two of them running Magic Millions today. Good job by my two trainers, David Van Dyke and Kurt Gold. Let's hope David Van Dyke can do something here with Mazur. He's got the favourite getting into race number 5 as we head up to David Fellow. Call him up.
Up will be Monsieur Rawley, ready to jump. Open betting race, the 5th of the day. Gates are open, they're off and racing. Diablo Bolt on the inside began well. Vega's showing speed, they're riding Texas Fireball forward. Not far away, Artful Girl, Twig bound about 5th of the first call. Then Lucky Exchange, followed by Tahinga. It's right off the track, even deeper Monsieur, but it's pushing forward. Naval Seal settling second last, and Cash and Checks goes back to the tail. So fairly keen to building up front as they sort themselves out. 1,400 left to run, and Texas Fireball finds himself in front with Monsieur now positioned in second outside of him. Diablo Bolt's got the box seat in third, Tahinga is deep, and Vega, those green colours, racing 5th one off the rail. 2 lengths away then came as they head down the back straight. Artful Girl over on the outside of Lucky Exchange. Length and after Twig, but he's now third last. Naval Seal is second last, and 2 to Cash and Checks at the tail end. Off the back to the side, 900 left to run. Monsieur's in the lead now. Leads from Tahinga, who's doing it very tough. Vega again boots up and keeps Tahinga at 3 wide. Texas Fireball surrendered the front mid race, goes back to 4th. Artful Girl travelling into the picture. Diablo Bomb about 6th on the rail, and then came Twig Banner. He starts to move forward, followed by Naval Seal. Cash and Checks on a 3 wide run, and Lucky Exchange now out to last. Heading up to the turn, 500 metres left to run. Monsieur's in front, leads the way. From the outside, Vega coming in strongly. Tahinga still there. Texas Fireball comes off the heels, comes up 4 wide, charging up strongly. They're followed then by, at the head of the others was Naval Seal, Artful Girl and Twigman right down the outside. They are spread across the track here. Texas Fireball might have it narrowly. Naval Seal comes in strongly. Diablo Bolt on the inside now. It shot the gap, went to the lead, and Diablo Bolt wins again. Beats out Naval Seal, Artful Girl and Texas Fireball. Then Cash and Checks Twigman had his chance in the straight. Then came Vega, Lucky Exchange to Hinger, and Monsieur weakened badly in round last.
Yeah, Diablo Bolt didn't go around a horse. That was an extremely patient ride there by young Daniel McGilvray. Fantastic work for Neesham and Archibald 420. Drifted 2. Now, you got the 8 there, Naval Seal, very prominent for second. Artful Girl finishing nicely. And Texas Fireball is running just ended a touch, and he's ended up in 4th. Twigman was good. He was off the track. He's still running nicely, but Diablo Bolt has backed up a really dominant win on probably his preferable surface choice here. Now he's done it on top of the ground.
Yeah, that's his second win now on a good track. And it was courtesy of a gut ride by Dan McGilvray, as you said. Never went around a horse. There was a lot of chopping and changing.
It was a very busy race at the top end.
It was. A lot of chopping and changing. No one really wanted to lead. There was no obvious leader. And then a few jockeys got itchy fingers and took off early and ended up wide, and that's not where you want to be today. And you can see they've just runs have come to an end. Whereas Dan was patient, got the split, and he's produced the winning ride. So the Neesham Archibald Yard down there at the Gold Coast today would be very, very happy with that ride.
16 starts, 7 wins, 2 placings.
For a stayer.
Sheepers.
Very good to see.
Yeah, for a stayer, correct, because they usually take turns.
They do, and it's a lot harder to win a lot of races.
Patience.
You generally have to give up a few races over those shorter distances, so
correct.
Have that strike rate, doesn't it?
That's right, until they get out to that trip, and that's the beauty of it. He kicked off this prep over 1,600 metres, was able to do it. So that's all credit to that Neesham Archibald training sort of style. And get him ready first up. Marion, when he was winning the Cup first up, Hollindale Stakes Day, 287.13.
That's it. The numbers are on your screen. We're waiting for that photo for second and third. It's 2, 8, 7, and 13. That takes Kian and I away from the 5th here at Eagle Farm. We've still got 2 to come.
Okay, see you then, Joycey. See you then, Kian. Diablo Bolt. So we'll found the market there. 420 and 197 the third race of the afternoon. Well, next up, we head back to WarwickFarm, their final events. It's just on 10 minutes away. So it's market map with Winston Hills. The support here at $2.60. It's $3.10 happening today. We saw a couple of scratches, Wesker and Scorch coming out to the down go to the track. Swayze, I thought, went pretty well first up. Wasn't without a turn, but step up, work on it's going to suit. Off the end, Baker's having a great run of late. Run like 19 winners on 51 stars a day or two ago. All right, let's get out live, I think, to Shania break.
Hey, thank you very much for that, Jace. So horses are in the yard here for the indoor event this afternoon. Winston Hills, as you mentioned, our favourite, $3.10 now, $2. Oh, actually, it was $2.50 a moment ago. It's back up to $2.60. This is the first time I've seen him in the yard. And I did notice that it gets up on so far, so good for our favourite here this afternoon. Right, let's kick it off with the one that's the creator, Wraithnock for Kent.
He's a proven weight carrier, so that's the least of his concerns here. Now, 1400 metres looks to suit first up, as does a wet track. He's had just the one trial, and the stable have pumped the brakes a little bit on radio this morning, and then banned a touch earlier when you spoke to him, Shenny, just regarding his fitness levels, but he's drawn well. I was going to be guided by the market, and to this point, he is pretty solid. So if there is a danger to this favourite, he is one of them.
2, 3 out for Destiny's Delight. Karen McAvoy for 3.5.
Lightly raced mare, she's a 6-year-old, yet she's only had the 11 starts, so it did improve into her campaign last time in. It wasn't until 4th and 5th up she found winning form, but that did coincide with getting onto a wet track. So held together in a recent Newcastle trial. She's got tactical speed, and given she does get through the going, she has to be a hope here.
Winston Hills, this is our favourite, the 5. Jason Collett, Matt Smith, $3.10 into $2.60.
He's got upside, a lot of upside. So I love the way that he has come back. Option to be ridden more conservatively today. A change of tactics did come through a touch earlier. He was potentially flooded there first up by a fast pace at Canterbury, but he came from a long way back to win well. It was a big win regardless of the setup. And that did see him start a $2.50 favourite at Randwick thereafter. He had a hard luck story to tell. We'll never really know, but the way that he travelled there when looking for a gap and hit the line once he was finally clear suggested that he probably should have won that race. I like the step out to 1400 metres, and he's still improving.
Hunter's Facing the 6, Bjorn Baker, Josh Parr, 440. Got into 370, back out to 420.
He looks to have come back well. Change of tactics. He's going to settle further forward. So there was no catching the leader at Canterbury first up. Salasano, given the easy time she had from the get-go, but I know there was some market expectation around Swayze. He was a $6 chance there, but I thought he overachieved given the setup. 1200 metres was always going to be too short. Throw into the mix that it was a slowly run race, and he was fantastic. So 1400 metres looks to suit better. History does suggest it would be better again, third up out to the mile. But given the strength of that return, there's another one just around the corner.
7, Cash Me, Anthony Cummings, Tom Sherry.
Another one coming through that Winston Hills Canterbury race. Has to come back from he did come back from the 1250 there, and that showed he just found that journey a touch too sharp. So lost a plate in the run and did race a touch tight on the inside. So a few excuses to come from that. Better placed out to the 1400 metres here.
The replicant is horse number 9, Joe Pride, Adam Hieronymus, blinkers on again.
Yeah, I like that gear change. So change of tactics to settle further forward. He can take up some kind of position given the low gauge shades on. He's been a fantastic money spinner for connections. He's a little bit hard to catch as far as a punter goes. He's been beaten 8 times at single figure odds since his last win. That's no real knock on his desire. He's just found his mark now. So shades on, wet track's a bonus. He'll be thereabouts once more.
And Hitch and Drive is our final runner, number 11. Ronnie Quinton, Matty on.
Yeah, in from double figure odds this mare, so didn't have much luck at WarwickFarm first up, yet she was still only beaten 2 lengths. So that was a good return behind Slinky, who has since won again to frank that form. She's got good second up form herself from previous campaigns. Like the step out to the 1400 metres, handles it wet and carries the 52 kilos after the claim. So plenty of ticks for her at a price.
Jockeys being legged aboard, and they'll start to make their way around to the gates here for the final event this afternoon. All of them from Joe Wet track, blinkers on, back on his home track. It's really well for him.
Yeah, most definitely. And more importantly, he gets an inside draw. Poor horse has been drawn out wide. It just doesn't work in his favour. He's a big horse. And I know often they need a bit of room, but he just loves being on the fence. So hopefully he just gets a gun run on the fence up along and can swoop on home.
He should be peaking now because his first run was very good. His second run was okay.
Yeah, no, definitely. Horse can run a place, but hopefully today is his day, and yeah, he can bring home the win. It'd be nice to see. He looks great, and he's been doing really well at home, so hopefully
he always looks great, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, he does.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, so the replicant there for Joe Pride, unfortunately, still in the ramparts. watching the previous race for the Pride stable, but he is lining up at as a $4 for equal second favourite now at $4.40. So Winston Hill's our favourite at $2.50, and then you've got Swayze with the replicant on the second at $4.40. It's the creator, the topping is $6 and $8.54 each drive. Brad, we're 5.5 minutes out. Might get your late mail.
Yep, by the way, the 5 here, Winston Hills, 5, 1, 9, and 6, just leaning into the fact that he's got more upside than any Aussie driver this year. So he was a good winner at Canterbury first up. Second up, he had that hard luck story to tell. So Jason Collins sticks. He'll just be looking to balance up. He's untried on a heavy track, but he has got through soft conditions okay in the past. There is market confidence around him today. So $2.60 into $2.50 in the last couple of minutes. One, the creator, he is holding his quote, so despite the stable suggesting that he would improve with the runner, no doubt he will as he gets out over towards a mile. He's had the one soft trial. He does look to have found a likeable race here and a likeable setup. First up, he should get the right run just in behind the speed. The 63 kilos offset by the 3 kilo claim there at Braith Knock, and 60 kilos should be okay for him. He has shouldered big weights in the past and run well. 9, the replicant, he can run a place, can't he? He can run a place. That's an understatement. So you're looking at his record, 32 starts, 3 wins and 19 minors. So he's always thereabouts, and the type of horse, if you just keep putting him in the right races, sooner rather than later, he's going to chalk up that win number 4. He does get a likeable setup. Blinkers again, draws the inside. I did note that Joe Pride said throughout the week that his horse does love to find the fence. Unfortunately, there the trade-off is WarwickFarm wet. Probably don't want to be hard on the fence, so that's the way things work, unfortunately, sometimes with racing. But the replicant hard enough to beat, and he's holding his price there at around that $4.80. And I've got Swayze in as the 4th pick, so I think it's a market that does have the key chances pretty well cornered. Swayze was good there first up in a race that he probably couldn't win. I thought he was great in defeat over the 1200 metres. It was a crawl in the early stages, a sprint home, and he kept chasing, so that sets up his campaign quite nicely. So 5, 1, 9, and 6. The other runner that's in the market here, Shenny, is Hinch and Jive. $11 into $8.50. She didn't have a lot of luck herself there.
She's the one that's been continuing to firm $18 originally. So she didn't, but she's still into $8.50. She goes around with 52 on the back after the claim. So seemed to like her, but our favourite Winston Hills is getting out now, Brad. He was $2.60 a moment ago. He's out to $2.80. There's been a bit of money for creator top weight. 7's into $5.50. So he's firmed up a point or two from when we started the yard. So that's positive signs. And then you've got our equal second favourite, they have a budge for 440. Our favourite here, Winston Hills, getting out 310. He got into 250, back out to $2.80. We take a look at the quaddy approximates. You need numbers 6, 3, and 8. So Husk took out leg 1, leg 2, a Cheetah, leg 3. Not going to pay a great deal. If Winston Hills salutes, $171. If the replicant wins, $316. Swayze, $250. And the creator, $330. Another lot of value in the quaddy there this afternoon. Are you still alive?
I am not. Vegeta knocked me out, would you believe it? It's a $2.90 chance. We found Husk, but we didn't find Vegeta. It's always when you have your 4 picks across Sky Thoroughbred Central, it's always when you try and get a little bit cute and you go 3 instead of 4, it's always the horse you have 4. I've learned that the hard way so many times, yet it's still caught me out.
For a few extra dollars, you could have been alive.
Yeah, that's right. Not that it's going to pay a fortune.
No, it's not. What did I say? $107.
No, it's not going to be put me on the path to an early retirement, I would have thought, but
Definitely.
maybe it did.
Few years left with this, Brad.
Yeah, that's right. Just another look at the board here. $2.70 Winston Hills. Did get out briefly to $2.80. Punters were happy to take that back into $2.70. Not a lot of action other than that. I think a lot of these have probably found their mark. They went to $5, so there is still interest there to drive. $8.50 top down per right quotes wasted just a little bit easy. $3.90 $4.80 racing sector up mile might be a better setup for him, and Destiny's Delight to touch easy as well. But a good move here for the creator, so it does give away a bit of fitness here first up, and he's only had the one soft trial, so whether that comes to the fore that last 100 metres, it proves the difference. But Winston Hills, he's just got that upside. I know we spoke about that when we saw him in the yard, but a lot of these, with due respect, have probably found their level. Replica. He's a horse that's only had the 6 career starts, and he looks to come back better again. So we'll get a handle on him, whether he's a genuine wet tracker here, Shenny, but win, lose or draw, I do think he's a nice 5-year-old going forward.
Has it been a winner of the day for you?
That last one's hard to go past. Outback Miss, she might be a bit one-dimensional. You'd like to see her do it on top of the ground and maybe over a touch further, but given her benchmark rating and the way that she won today, I think you can follow her with a bit of confidence as she goes through the grades. I like the winner pass too. I don't think that should be undersold. That was a pretty heady race that she won. She did it from outside the lead and fought off a very fit horse with Codetta, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her go back-to-back. Now that she's got herself back to the winner's storm.
Indeed, and a maiden early on in the day, Rendetta. I thought she was really on debut. Okay, they're just about locked and loaded. I think we've got about 3 to go in. Here is Darren for the final race this afternoon.
The Replicant's been trying with blinkers on, and Hinge and Jive at longer odds as well. Hinge and Jive and Cash Me both in predominantly black colours here. There's waiting to move in. Swayze might be the last with a couple of late scratchings for this earlier today. Wesker and Scorch numbers 2 and 3. So those that met yesterday, fairly hefty deductions all up. There's the light now, ready to run. Stand by for the last year at WarwickFarm. The gates are back down. They're off and racing. And Swayze was one of the first in the stride. And it looks as though Swayze will race to the front here at the hands of Josh Parr. Out wide, Cash Me taken back. Winston Hill's fairly handy from Destiny's Delight. The Creator going up the fence. The Replicant behind, Hinch and Jive just drops back and is in the middle of the ruck as Cash Me now has been snagged right back to last. Swayze shows the way, and Winston Hill strides to second now and will park outside the leader. The Creator's tugging along in third. Destiny's Delight fourth, 1 out, 1 back. Then came the Replicant from Hinch and Jive and Cash Me in a 3-wide position in this small field and a tightly bunched field. Swayze in front by 3/4 to Winston Hill's the Creator. Then came Destiny's Delight from the Replicant, Hinch and Jive and Cash Me sees them all. They come up to the home turn now, and Swayze in front by a half length to Winston Hills. They've seen plenty of daylight right from the outset. Then came the Creator tucked in behind them, just being reined along a little bit as Swayze's coming to the middle of the track, turning for home. And now Winston Hills strides up on the outside. Swayze in front of Winston Hills, who wants to lay in under pressure. Up the inside is Hinch and Jive running on. Swayze at the 200, a length and a half clear. Winston Hills is labouring. Destiny's Delight rattling home at the end. Swayze in front from Destiny's Delight. Swayze trying to cling on from Destiny's Delight, and Swayze got in. Swayze ahead on the line to Destiny's
6 foot
Delight.
5.
Winston Hills third in front of the Replicant. Then Hinch and Jive, Cash Me.
They put that thing under the blanket.
Finish last.
Number 6, Swayze. He was a bit of a drifter late in the piece, but he pays $5.20, $1.70 in the place. Destiny's Delight has returned in nice fashion. $3.20, $1.10 for our favourite Winston Hills. 6, 4, 5, and 9. Replicant will wind up in the 4th spot. But Swayze straight to the front, dictated, controlled, and he was too good.
That run continues for Björn Baker. Doesn't the stable absolutely airborne at the moment? So under the urgings of Josh Parr, I don't think he would have wanted it much further. Destiny's Delight was putting in the big ones later. Proven wet tracker. She's come back particularly well. But Swayze, no knock on the way he has returned. He was great there first up, 1,200 metres. He is built off that. So a nice win from him. He's a well-exposed horse, but he's super honest, and you find the right grade of race for him, and he'll do the job. And that's exactly what he has done today. Winston Hill's no real excuse. He found himself on top of the speed. He looked to travel okay to the turn, just become a little bit one-paced under pressure. So maybe the wet track brought him undone. I think we can give him the chance to bounce back on top of the ground next time out. But Swayze's day today, and he defies a bit of a late drift.
6. Right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 7 races today here at WarwickFarm. That was the last one. Tomorrow is Thursday. We don't race on Thursdays. I'm going to be back racing on Friday in one of the tracks. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there. Jimmy, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Frankie, thank you so much for being there. Devil Dog, thank you so much for being there. Lewis, bro, thank you so much for being there. U97, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much. PC, thank you so much for being there. Vivek, thank you so much. Wazi, thank you so much for being there and joining the channel. I think that's it. I'll see you on Friday, gentlemen. Till then, have a great day. Thank you.